Hello and welcome to Friday. It is Friday. It's good that it's Friday, and it's also good that it's only Friday once a week. I couldn't handle more than one Friday a week. It's worse with Mondays, who comes around every week. Oh, today, recap day. We will go through what happened this week and it's kind of an easy recap because it's one witness. This 1 day witness, 1 day, this witness was supposed to be on the stand, according to the prosecutor. That did not happen. And there was shenanigans going on and unethical behavior from the prosecution. And after a while, on Wednesday, finally, one of the lawyers said, this has to stop. Prosecutor Love lied to the judge's face. And this needs to stop. Yeah. This will be a more casual stream. I might use interesting words. I might use snark. But most of all, keeping you all informed what actually went on and my opinions about it. And I put in a few words into an AI songwriter stuff. And if you saw the trailer before, you already know it. But here it is again.
Crooked Fanny playing dirty tricks in the courtroom. She always picks, bending the rules. She'd know it, but I won't let her get under my skin. Down in Georgia, where the blues run deep, crooked justice, a secret they keep. But I see through her lies, I see the truth. Gonna make her pay for what she do. Fanny's got a reputation to uphold, but her tactics are shady. Story untold, she thinks she's clever, but I'm on to her game. I'll expose her ways and put her to shame.
Yeah. Even though Fannie Willis isn't in this trial prosecuting, she is the one who chose to bring these charges and then left it up to Prosecutor Love. And yeah, so this and more on today's show. Welcome. Now, what do I mean with a casual stream? Well, it's Friday afternoon for you. It is Friday evening for me. It's 9 p.m., which means that if you were to show your appreciation in a monetary thingy, then this arrives today. Yes, I'm bringing up the Wheel of Regrets. If you choose to support my channel with $50 combined in super chats, gifted memberships, $40 via PayPal, then you have bought yourself a spin on the wheel. And it goes like this. This Wheel of Regrets. Now, had we already gotten there? This This is what would have happened. Yeah, but meanwhile, since it's Friday evening for me, I'm just going to get myself a beer. Cheers. Oh, thank you, Slidey Pie, over at Rumble for a $2 Rumble rant. Thanks for streaming on Rumble and for covering this crazy trial. Oh. Thank you for your support, Slidey Pie. Thank you so much. Now let's see here. Where do we begin with this cluster? Well, we don't actually start on Monday. We start on Friday with the Daubert hearing in front of the damn jury, which for me is unheard of. It violates the defendant's due process to not only to have a witness who is both an expert witness and a fact witness. That in itself should be banned, thrown away, buried in a pile of manure, and never be spoken about ever again. Daily Quick Bites. Did I post something earlier today about Judge Grudge? No, that wasn't me. I'm currently waiting for the trial to start or a new hearing to appear in Florida. That's what I'm waiting for. And so far as I know, there's no real development there. So I have nothing to post. And so I'm waiting for that. So no Daily Quick Bites. That wasn't me. Hello, Ghostery. Hello, Daily. Hello, Dave. Hello, Porcelain Thunder. Hello, Helen. Brazo. Happy Annie. Ayana Davis. Lynn. Gwendolyn. Cynthia Redfire. And Ghost Fox. Kilobyte. And Linda Everest I saw earlier. Hey. Oh yeah, I saw Mo raided me earlier today, about 4 hours before my stream started. Thank you so much, Mo. Thank you so much. Oh, I should send her an invite. Mo. Huh? What's going on now? Jesus Christ. It's 9 p.m. My workday was over. What's going on? Oh! That is what happened. I got a notification. Let's see here. Thank you to Debbie for $40 via PayPal. Thank you so much. What does that mean? It means the first spin on the wheel of regret. What are you making me do? I can do that. I can do that. I definitely can do that. It is a whiskey shot. It is a whiskey shot. Dun, 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 dun. 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 Dun, 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 dun. Cheers. Oh, Do Jeff proud, mate. Yeah. Ooh, Ghost reposted the PayPal link. That's very nice of you. Now, why PayPal instead of YouTube's? I think PayPal only takes somewhere between 3 and 5% cut. YouTube takes a 30% cut. So, yeah. What happened there? No? What? There. So thank you so much, Debbie. Thank you so much. But let's get back to what happened on Friday.
The courtroom, as that's the way, in my experience, it's always been done in federal court.
It can be done. There's some 11th Circuit cases that I was shown yesterday that allow authorized for that. So
I understand that you may be authorized to do that. I was just suggesting that the better practice may be to do it before the jury is present.
Mr. Steele asked me that yesterday.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, so I'm going to see if they qualify the witness using the Daubert standards and say.
Yeah. What a way to start. First with me having a shot of whiskey. And then, now the judge claims he has support for this in the 11th Circuit. And I had this up earlier. Here I would, from the Experts Institute, not the expert, but the Expert Institute, who, let's do this. Under the Daubert standard, the trial judge serves as the gatekeeper who determines whether an expert's evidence is deemed reputable and relevant. As such, trial judges employ a Daubert test to assess whether an expert witness testimony is 1, based on scientifically valid reasoning, and 2, whether it has been properly applied to the facts at issue. Failure to comply with the Daubert standard can result in exclusion of an expert's testimony. Due to the enormous consequences a Daubert challenge can have, it is important for any practicing trial attorney to understand how to execute a Daubert challenge, when to do so, and strategies relating to the execution of such a standard. So this is the Daubert standard, whether the theory is or technique in question can be and has been tested, whether it has been subjected to peer review and publication, its known or potential error rate, the existence and maintenance of standards controlling its operation, whether it has attracted widespread acceptance within a relevant scientific community. Those are some. This is a 1993 Supreme Court set standard. These criteria intend to prevent unreliable or otherwise quote-unquote junk science from being heard as evidence in an expert's substantive testimony. Hi, Mo.
Hello.
Hey, I'm going through the Daubert standard when it comes to proffer an expert witness, because in the Young Thug trial, the judge chose to accept a witness as both an expert witness and a fact witness.
That doesn't seem right, but I'm not a lawyer, so...
Yeah. And now, earlier in the trial, they did that with Detective Belknap, whatever his name is.
Oh, the one that was a gangster historian.
Gang
He'd
expert.
never seen a gang member until he started 3 years ago, and now he knows the DNA of the Crips and the Blood. Just making...
something like that, but this is a new witness, and the judge chose to hold this Daubert hearing in front of the jury.
that doesn't seem right yet again, but no, that just doesn't seem right.
Yeah. And
But it's just dumb enough to be real in this
yeah.
year.
But oh wait, there's more. Um,
I get a new refrigerator too? But wait, there's more.
yeah.
And you
The the expert Daubert hearing, the expert testimony, and the fact testimony the prosecution held in the same direct examination. So, yeah. So I'm going through the Daubert standard here. And here's these criteria, 5 criteria, intend to prevent unreliable or otherwise junk science from being heard as evidence.
then having
As
the
in,
jury
don't-
there would negate the whole purpose of that whole, like, let's not
Yeah.
let the jury know ridiculous stuff.
Exactly.
Okay.
And the defense brought it up that it is improper. The judge says he has support from the 11th Circuit. I have not found any case in the 11th Circuit that supports this. And every lawyer I'm talking to says, oh, hell no.
Yeah, it
But-
doesn't. So I could understand if you had a Daubert hearing again in layman's terms, but say a new piece of evidence came up and you wanted to make sure that an expert has, looked at it. But to have it in front of the jury, isn't this when you're interrogating to make sure he didn't go to like my school of StreamYarding, which is
Yeah.
duct tape and holy water?
Yeah. And and here's the thing with Daubert hearings, why it's not supposed to be heard in front of the jury. The defense needs to ask questions about credentials with examples that may or may not be relevant to their client,
Okay,
which they
so
cannot. They can't really ask that now because it would be very prejudicial towards the client and would open doors to cross-examination. Yeah.
Okay, so these jurors are getting paid what, $25 an hour or a day?
A day.
So not only do they have to keep all of the incoherent witnesses and crime lines in their heads, but now they have to have the extra knowledge of these experts to then judge the experts.
Yeah. But
Does the
here's the
judge
thing.
want to
The
mistry?
Daubert hearing is for the judge to determine if this witness is even allowed to testify as an expert. And he does it in front of the jury. And Baker raided. Baker raid. Hey, Baker's folks. Hey, Baker raid. Baker has the link. If his head didn't explode, listening to his pro-say
Gosh.
guy who called his previous lawyer to the stand. Revoking.
Was it for a sanity hearing, I'm hoping? He's like, I would
I-
like to be brought here to explain that I do not take any part of this client's act whatsoever.
Hi,
I'm-
Brandon. Here's the thing, Niklas. We are chugging beers. I don't have enough beers for a chugging beer. What I have is $50 in super chats or gifted memberships, or $40 via PayPal's buys you a spin on the Wheel of Regrets. Do you have a Wheel of Regrets, Mo?
I'm working on mine. So, as per usual, between Fry and my mother-in-law falling and losing her sight, and then a med change, I've had all these giant plans, but not quite the bandwidth to do them. But I'm feeling better, so yes, I do. And the Wheel of Wigs is coming back. I'm ready to wear wigs again. And third time's a charm, y'all. I swear to God, I will have a tutorial of how I do my hair.
Oh.
I did the whole thing on mute and then put it up on YouTube, and someone was like, "You don't have no volume," and I'm like,
Oh.
so it's,
Oh, that's amazing.
yeah.
So,
But you just laugh at it and you have fun and you do what you can.
so the prosecutor got to ask this lawyer witness if the defendant confessed doing certain things against the will of women, and the lawyer said, yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, but if you call your lawyer to the stand to have, then you revoke your attorney-client privilege, and everything you told your lawyer is up for grabs. Brandon asks, do we have any gin left? I bought a new one. There's gin.
All right.
Now, back to the Daubert standard. This is the Daubert v. Merrill Dow Pharmaceuticals and stuff like that. So that's a bit of the history. And when it was applied, Supreme Court decisions. And here's the thing. Supreme Court decisions kind of overrides circuit decisions. And as I said, I have found 0.
Well,
now you have the Daubert.
Wouldn't this be a reversible error which would almost certainly cause a mistrial?
Yes.
I mean, now could you do, I know there's the interlocutor or the one that you do in the middle of the trial that gosh. I'm having a brain fart right now. Interlocutory appeal.
Yeah.
Could they do that for this particular thing because it is so outside the kind of procedural rules? I mean,
Brandon is calling. Brandon is calling for a wheel of gin. I'm having the wheel of regret, so I can switch up the.
I have this, and I have Apple Crown Royal for that other people.
Yes, as Ayanna Davis says, Attorney Steele might be working on an interlocutory appeal, which means this can happen during trial. And as the Daubert standard, according to the Expert Institute, a hearing occurs before a judge and prior to trial. If the judge finds that an expert does not rise to the level of expertise required under Daubert, then that testimony will be excluded from being admitted at trial. That is the actual standard. We are almost 5 months into this trial when the judge approves of a Daubert hearing in front of the jury.
They spend, because we watched the Daubert hearing on the man with the bow tie who has about as much tech skills as I do. So we saw that. It's not like they didn't have 700 months to figure out that they would need a Daubert hearing for this dude or person.
Hi, Dave. Your volume, the microphone.
Oh, can you not hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Now we can.
Oh. Sorry, I'm on my phone. I'm outside taking care of some line. That's all.
Ooh.
Okay.
On and say hi. Talk some law while I'm doing this.
Brandon calls for one in the chat if we should do a wheel of gin. Thank you for your support, Brandon, but I'm not doing a wheel of gin. I mean, I want to get through this. Now, what I can do is because I have double off every wasabi paste, I can remove that one. I can remove 1 wild sauce, 1 clove of garlic, 1 habanero.
I am glad she's not wearing the skirt with the line right directly down her behind crack. Because that's, even as a chick, I'm like, my eyes are just drawn there, ma'am. I need you to stop.
Yeah. So now, Dave, the judge ruled that he has support through the 11th Circuit that he can hold a Daubert hearing 5 months into the trial in front of the jury. Opinion?
Okay, well, holding a Daubert hearing 5 months into a trial, I don't see a problem with that if the issue is arisen only 5 months into the trial. But in front of the jury, no, I have a hard problem. I have a hard issue with that. And I know the case that he cited, I don't know, but the case that he cited only applied to foundational evidence being presented in front of the jury to establish the qualifications and foundational stuff, not an actual Daubert hearing. So I think the judge is wrong.
Yeah, and this is the prosecution has already held 3 Daubert hearings for 3 different gang experts pre-trial. They have an additional 2 on the line. This particular gang expert, the defense found out the day before that this particular gang expert was going to testify. They got her CV the morning of her testimony.
So generally, all kinds of bad stuff, right? That's a bad thing to do. You usually have deadlines that you need to present certain things. Yeah. Even if the deadlines have passed, there are provisions for calling witnesses not originally anticipated, but generally speaking, they are required to give reasonable notice, right?
Yeah.
So we have the same. Well, we used to have the same reasonable notice in Michigan, and then they get away with it, and they said 7 days before trial.
Yeah.
So at least presumably there's at least a 7-day window that they would have to give notice of.
Yeah.
But the day before is a bit rough.
Yeah. Oh wait, there's more, Dave. This gang expert is both an expert witness and a fact witness.
Yeah, I think we addressed that before. I see nothing fundamentally wrong with being a lay witness and an expert witness. I use them all the time.
But you need to separate clearly when they are and when they aren't. Prosecutor Love is doing the expert testimony and the fact testimony in the same direct investigation.
So for example, I've got a case right now involving a construction lien on a house and contractors doing bad jobs and stuff like that. So what I have had my clients do is retain a new contractor to give an estimate and review the home, and they're going to be my quote expert, but they're also doing the repairs. So as they're doing the repairs, if there's any additional things that they discovered, they can testify to that as well. So they're both a fact and expert witness in that case.
Yeah. Yeah, and in this case, they found out the day before. This is a completely new, not a part of the 5 gang experts from the same unit in Atlanta PD that was previously announced. This one is completely new.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem. It's a brand new witness, never before noticed, except the day before. And then on top of that, you have the CV is not given until the morning before.
Yeah. Oh wait, there's more.
Huh?
She has no written reports at all.
Yeah. What are the rules of this?
Okay, rules of spinning the wheel of regrets: $50 combined into super chats or gifted memberships, or $40 through PayPal. Why less on PayPal? Because PayPal takes less of a cut of the money.
It's like whenever I go to this Indian restaurant, they always say if I pay in cash, I get a 15% discount. I never have free cash on me, so I end up paying more.
Yeah. Now they'll keep talking about using the Daubert standard.
702, and we'll let you all wire the witness accordingly, and then I will make a decision as to whether or not that particular individual is able to testify in that manner.
Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, I just get a continuing objection.
Yes.
I believe the
case, the 11th Circuit case. I think it's Ware.
You're right, it is Ware.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
I don't believe it says that it's done in front of the jury. It said it wasn't done at all, and you have the discretion to find someone. But I don't
No, it was done, there was no pre-admission. It was done in front of the jury because of the type of case it was. I mean, I think it was firearms or ballistics or whatever else, so.
Yeah, this was that case was a ballistics, as in tool mark guy. And you all know what my feelings about tool mark guys. It's shit science, but it's still applicable. And apparently in that specific trial, there were development in the case that called for this specific expert testimony. So they had to more or less rush one in.
I mean, at what point does the judge say they have enough gang experts? I mean, on the 87th gang expert, I mean, where are we going with this? Are we going into the deep history of how we as a society form cliques and groups and intersocial behavior? Because I don't know that we're wanting to go that deep with all of the shenanigans that have been put up so far.
I haven't been watching all of this, but, you know, just I'm trying to come up with an example of where a sort of, you know, quote, a surprise expert witness would be. Now, say,
but she's not a surprise witness because she was a fact witness in what, because she was the lead or one of the investigators in, so she has been called as a witness, but the surprise was expert on top of that.
Right. Okay. So let's say, so in that scenario, let's say we're going to go, she's a tool mark expert or is she just a gang violence expert?
No, the tool mark was the Wen case in the 11th Circuit. That was tool mark testimony due to development in the case during the trial, something of the sort. I can't remember exactly. She is just their gang witness, gang expert, and they're holding. Yeah.
All right. Well, what I was saying is that like if you have an officer on the stand that testifies like, oh, we recovered this particular bullet from the wall in this shooting case, random shooting case, and then the defense on cross-examination really dives in deep and challenges this officer and basically saying, well, you don't know whether or not this actually came from the gun that you later found in my client's possession, right? So although the state didn't intend to call the tool mark expert, they could say, well, now that the issue's been raised by the defense, we're going to call a tool mark expert and we're going to have to give them reasonable notice, but it could be very short given the circumstances and where we are in this trial, right?
Yeah. Oh, okay. So we are getting to when she starts to testify in a second, where we learn about her credentials. Oh, you're in for a treat.
I think the court just made that fine. Anyway, I'm objecting to it being done in front of the jury. I'm objecting not to have the Daubert heard outside the presence of the jury. Can I just have a continuing objection? Because I don't want to do this in front of the jury.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Yeah. And this comes back to bite Mr. Steele later on. He does not want to object and stuff like that in front of the jury. He wants a continuous objection. Later on, after, let's just listen.
All right, summon our witness, please. Yeah, I'll bring in the jury. Yes, thank you.
Now listen to his.
The bullet.
Now, they bring in the jury. He will hold. Thank you again, Brandon. Hey, you also spins in addition to these YouTube chats. Nobody like a sober lawyer unless you are in court. Oh, really? Oh, shit. Oh, crap. Okay. Yeah, I have some spins to do. Where's my timer? I have spins to do. I have 5 spins to do. Thank you for your donations through PayPal, Brandon. Okay, let's start with number 1. We'll all regret. Of course. It's a gin shot. Here's the thing with my gin shot. Where's the where there? This is still sealed and it's hard as an MF to open. So while I open this, let's listen to the judges. He has this limiting whatevers to the jury while I try to open this bottle.
This is a double half hitch right here. There you go.
Nice.
So,
where's my knife? Oh, there's a knife. Well, it's not. Don't cut your thumb, Nick, as you did last time.
I can only imagine what your significant other says on the weekends. Like, so what did you do this time? Well, what had happened was...
You haven't heard. In a stream a few days ago, on Monday, I think, Mr. Jingles managed... Somehow he got a hold of a glass and threw it on the ground and on the floor. I went to clean it up, and I did an Amber Heard and stepped on glass. Yeah.
And a Chandler Halderson. Wow, you're just taking all the boxes there.
Yeah. So, and it bled a bit when I started to clean. So I started to clean it up, and it's So I had to make rush appointment to my SO's workplace, which is the ER. It was her night to work.
Oh, no.
So in I limp with I had a boot. In that boot was a plastic bag and a bunch of paper because it kind of was bleeding. So in there I limp, and I was hoping she had another patient so I didn't have to face her. No. She saw me walking in or limping in, and the look on her face is, it's, why?
Probably the same look on my face when the youngest, most feral comes in bleeding, and I'm like, what did you do this time? I love you, and I'm very sorry you're hurt. But what in the actual hell did you do this time?
Oh, yeah, but she took care of it. It didn't need stitches, and all the bandages and all the things. Yeah.
Someone in your asking me to show them some sailing knots. So this is a square knot.
Ooh.
wait.
There you go. This is a square. See, you can it's supposed to look like a square on the inside. See the square. And then they lie parallel with each other on the way back. So you tie two ends of the rope together.
Yeah. It's very good if you have somebody caught in the basement. Isn't that true, Dave?
Well, I prefer the bowl-in, which is where it goes under the lock, back in the hole, because when they struggle...
Back in the hole? Back in the hole?
That's what David says all the time. He's just like, where's the lotion? It puts the lotion on its skin, or else it gets the hose again. And where's my dog?
And when they pull hard and try to get out, first of all, they can't get out. And then all you have to do is just break it real quick. And then, it comes right apart, no problem. So it's reusable, So that's a good one.
I like how Daisy says,
what have we said about
it,
broadcasting our crimes?
Now, if you want to first get a good grip around the wrist, what you want to do is what I showed earlier, which is the hitch. So you loop it under and then back in on itself again. And then what this does is it creates actually a little slip knot. It creates a little slip knot so you can get a good grip around the wrist.
Is that part of the Kama Sutra?
Yes.
Bend in on yourself.
No, that's Shibari.
Now it's Now it's a tighter knot. See, so now you can pull it tight around the wrist, like that.
Well, welcome
Dave
to the
is
show,
showing
folks.
us his shibari, and have fun with that. It is Friday,
Yeah.
and you learn new things.
Cheers.
I'll show you any of my fishing knots because on a line this big, it looks like something else.
Now can we get back to the trial?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
This is his limiting instruction.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram.
The jury.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. All right, without further delay, we're going to continue with the presentation of the state's case. Call your next witness.
The state calls Investigator Gaither to the stand.
All right, summon Investigator Gaither, please.
Investigator Gaither. On the last day of Gaither, she was supposed to be a one-day witness. 1 day. Half of Friday, half of Monday, out she goes. They're still not done with her. The cross-examination of her starts Monday. So she spent half of Friday, all of Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday on the stand during direct examination as both an expert witness and a fact witness. And the prosecution switched between asking questions for her as an expert witness and a fact witness.
See, this is like the judge should be able to, like the judge and all the parties should be able to spot when she's offering an expert opinion as when she's offering a statement of fact.
Yeah.
And there should be like if I'm doing this ahead of time, I know I'm going to ask, like my witness, okay, so you came upon the scene. This is what you observed. These are the facts that you observed now. As someone who's, done this for whatever, we've already qualified you. What is your opinion? And there's kind of a clear delineation and you're not jumping back and forth.
Yeah. And the one time the judge actually told Miss Prosecutor Love to no, that's not allowed. This witness on Wednesday, she tried to get foundations in for a specific kind of tape. I don't know. I don't remember. And she started out with normal question to her as an investigator. And no, objection, sustained. Objections. 5, 6, 7 objection. And the judge finally said, it's time for you to move on. Okay, let me try again. And then she asked the question of her as an expert. So in the middle of the questioning, the same question that you couldn't get through her as a fact witness, she tried to get in as an expert witness.
Well, that's interesting. And that's clever, right? Because if I'm on that side and I'm saying I'm being stonewalled by the defense and the judge because of hearsay rules or whatever, and I can't ask them this question, an expert is allowed to use hearsay and other evidence that's not necessarily admitted to get it in, and so that's actually clever.
But that wasn't allowed. That wasn't allowed. The judge said no.
Okay.
She is not an expert witness in this questioning, since she started out with asking her as an investigator.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Diego Sampaio, for being a member. Thank you so much. You now have access to all my members-only content. And it's a lot of it. And thank you to John Commune, $2. So God of Law is now not Daddy Stacks. Yes, he is. Thank you so much.
Please. All right, madam, good morning. If you would come.
Yeah, and of course she doesn't want to show her face. To the camera, at least.
Come on up, please. Witness stand, once you get there, if you turn and face Sergeant Ingram, be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Lakia Gaither, Lakeagather.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, before we hear testimony from Detective Gaither, I'm going to read you an admonition a limiting instruction, okay? So just bear with me and then we'll go ahead and hear from our witness. You're about to hear testimony from Detective Gaither, who will testify both to facts and two types of opinions and the reasons for those opinions. I will describe all three types of testimony. The first is fact testimony. Fact testimony is based upon what the witness personally saw, heard, or did. The second is opinion testimony based on the specialized knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education of the witness. The third is called lay opinion testimony. As to the testimony about the facts, it's your job to decide which testimony to believe and which testimony not to believe. You may believe everything a witness says, or part of it, or none of it, or all of it. As to the opinion testimony based on the witness's specialized knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education, you should judge this testimony like any other testimony. You may accept all of it, part of it, or none of it. You should give it as much weight as you think it deserves, considering the witness's knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education, the reasons for the opinion, and all other evidence in the case. As to lay opinion testimony, this testimony is based on inferences drawn from the witness's direct perceptions and must be rationally based on those perceptions and not on speculation or what someone else has said. You should judge this testimony like any other testimony. You may accept all of it, part of it, or none of it. You should give it as much weight as you think it deserves. When considering lay opinion testimony, however, you should not give it any extra credence based on the specialized knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education as witness. You should also consider whether the witness testified to personal observations or involvement.
This voice is pure, uncut
It's a fact witness
Colombian
testifying about a
Indian.
lay opinion based on the witness's
The jurors
perceptions
are
or
asleep.
testifying to an opinion based on specialized knowledge, skilled, experience, training, or education. When a witness provides opinion testimony based on knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education, that person may rely upon facts that are not based on his or her personal observations or involvement, but that opinion cannot serve as proof of the underlying facts. The fact that a witness is allowed to express opinions based on a person's specialized knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education should not cause you to give that witness's undue influence for any of aspect of that person's testimony or otherwise influence your assessment of the credibility of that witness. All right, madam, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just up here,
Now,
Is this the first expert witness that they've had in this case?
no. But here's the thing. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but didn't the judge in that limiting already proffered her as an expert witness before the Daubert hearing even started? I say it does.
Oh, so this isn't even after he had the Daubert hearing. This is
No, she just sat down when he had the limiting instructions before she even started the Daubert part of this thing.
Okay, so first off, that sounds very standard jury instructions. That's what I'm trying to say. Standard jury instructions with regard to expert witnesses. So he's not saying anything special. He's just reiterating standard jury instructions.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Exactly. But those are held after she's been proffered as an expert. Before that, you can't give a limiting instruction regarding it.
Yeah, it almost affirms the fact that she is an expert witness ahead of time. You're right.
Yeah. And this is what, I believe, on Monday, that Mr. Steele told the judge something similar. You already proffered her as an expert. I cannot do cross-examination on that part if you already approved of her as an expert. And the judge went haywire. I call this another unforced error.
Yeah, I don't know why the judge would go haywire. I mean, I think that's an accurate statement of what he did.
Cindy Lawhood, member for 10 months. Hey, everybody, hope you're all doing great. We are. Hi, Cindy. And Brandon, what the heck is the egg timer set to? I forgot to set time.
Okay, well, then that's a default. Take a shot.
Yeah.
I am afraid so.
All right. If you, I'm so easily persuaded. It's ridiculous.
You can't game a system like that and hope to get an advantage. You're not a prosecutor.
You're gonna have to have a Daubert hearing on your drinking. I don't know that he's an expert.
Well, while he's spinning, how have you been, Mo? I haven't seen you in a while.
But getting better, so
Yeah,
that's good.
well, forward progress is always progress, no matter how slow it is, right?
Yeah.
Timer set.
Wait,
Damn it.
did you not take a shot?
I did take the shot.
Oh, I missed it.
Yeah.
You gotta do it again.
No.
Here, Your Honor, I will be attempting to qualify.
I'm going to overrule it just for a second, just to see where she's headed. Okay, Mr. Steele? All right.
The order of the questioning will be first as an expert and then.
So you're gonna qualify?
I'm going to.
Okay, all right,
Yes.
all right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. And is it still Detective Gaither?
No. Good morning. No, good morning.
Thank you. Now, are you retired
Yes.
from police work?
Yes.
Would you
Yeah. She has been retired from the police force for 4 years. I don't know about you guys, but if you are even attempting to have somebody proffered as an expert, there must be current.
She's been retired for the force for 4 years,
Yeah.
and she's going to testify about current gang activity.
No.
Yeah, I don't.
She, as a gang expert,
Yes, but
prior,
gangs
current,
change
future, whatever's. But
so quickly. I mean, the way they operate to kind of get away from the law, and I mean, they adapt as soon as cops adapt to get them. So wouldn't that be sort of a transitory expert knowledge because you aren't current, unless you're watching every single one of, I don't know, 8 Mile.
Well, again, it goes to the qualifications, right?
Yeah.
She qualified as an expert, so you don't need to be employed in the field to be an expert.
No.
I know many doctors that have retired and then basically live out their retirement as expert witnesses in medical malpractice cases, but they still go to conferences and stay up to speed on the current methodology. Like that.
Yeah.
tell the jury what kind of work you currently do?
The microphone.
I'm afraid it's already on.
Yeah, if you can speak into it, Miss Love, thank you.
I don't think it's working, but I will speak up.
Yeah.
All right. If you stand next to it, it'll pick up. Detective Gator, if you could just also speak in the microphone.
Yes, sir.
Able to hear you. Okay, thank you.
Would you tell the jury what kind of, are you still in law enforcement?
No, ma'am.
And how long has it been since you left law enforcement?
4 years.
Did you retire from law enforcement?
Yes.
How long did you work in law enforcement?
Almost 19 years.
Here's something I found out. In order to get police retirement, blah, 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 in the Atlanta Police Department, you have to have 20 years. What did she leave after 19 years?
That is a good question.
Allegedly, she was giving a choice to either retire or there would have been internal affairs investigation opened. Allegedly. But since she retired, there's no paperwork on it. So almost 19, so less than 19 years. Yeah.
Sounds.
Would you please tell the jury where you're originally from?
Chicago, Illinois.
What part of Chicago, if any particular part?
Objection, relevance.
Your Honor.
Overruled.
South side of Chicago, Inglewood community.
And it's Inglewood, E-N-G-L-E?
E, yes,
W-O-O-D? And did you grow up in Inglewood, in the Inglewood community of Chicago?
yes,
So did you go to grade school and high school there?
yes.
What high school did you attend?
Bowen, B-O-W-E-N, Bowen.
And I'm standing over here, so
Yes.
the last year in here. While you
Overruled.
were,
Just go ahead. Go ahead.
while you were growing up in Inglewood, were there any gangs in your neighborhood, as you understand?
Overruled, sir.
Yes,
And did you know about them while you were growing up?
yes.
How did you know about them?
Just friends, going to school, gang members, the community.
Yeah, she grew up in the Inglewood area in Chicago, where allegedly the IF gang is from, the Inglewood whatevers. Huh.
In Chicago, gangs, it's kind of like culture. So you're very aware of gangs at a young age.
Now, when you say it's kind of like culture, would you explain to the jury exactly what you mean?
Gangs in Chicago were very prevalent from my parents, my grandparents, all the way to me. So just gang lifestyles, what to stay away from, what to look for. It was very well known at a young age. So
And who was it that gave you the information you had at that time about, and I'm not asking what they said,
I'll rule the objections. Go ahead.
who was it that gave you the information that you used to just conduct yourself on a day-to-day basis as it relates to gangs?
I'm the youngest in my family, so I have older brother, uncles. We all live together. My mother, so just family, really. What to look for, who to stay away from.
And while you were growing up, what gangs did you know about that were there in Inglewood?
Overruled, sir.
In my neighborhood, it was Gangster Disciples and Black Disciples. Where I went to school was, I believe it was Black Pea Stones.
Dave,
Yes.
does upbringing give you specific knowledge that nobody else from that area can have? Because in order to testify as an expert witness, you have to have knowledge that is apart from other people's experience and knowledge. Isn't it?
Yeah, you have to have a sophisticated knowledge of a complicated thing that is outside the scope, the general knowledge of the jury, members of society. So, and it has to be like a technical question that generally people won't know, and that you're qualified because of your education, training, experience, and things like that to convey it to the jury. That's what you need to have as an expert. So I grew up in gangland Chicago. I don't think would be enough. Now that stacked on top of a ton of other stuff, which I doubt this woman has, might be, but that alone, no.
That area, so it's two different gang sets.
And I heard you say friends and family, I think.
Yes.
Did you know anyone who was actually associated with or a member of any particular street gang?
Yes.
What was your relationship to the people that you knew who were in street gangs?
I have family members, friends, high school friends.
And did you interact often on a daily basis with these people who were also gang members?
You can't choose your family, but of course family, but friends, you knew to be cordial with them at school. But outside of that, my family did a pretty good job of keeping.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, Mr. Steele.
My family did a pretty good job of keeping myself and my siblings away from that.
So you don't have the experience because you were sheltered from it.
Yeah.
You don't have the experience because you were sheltered from it. Oh my God. Okay.
Wait a minute, Dave. You mean I won't learn how to start my rap career by sleeping on top of a copy of 8 Mile? Because I was pretty sure through osmosis I would get it. On that note,
what was
I do.
My kids or my parents kept it from me.
Also, on that note, mom taxi duties do call. Thank you for having me on for a short little bit. And good night, nurse.
Here.
This is a dumpster fire on top of a nuclear volcano with a Kardashian. Have a wonderful evening, guys.
Bye, Mo.
Have a wonderful evening. Thank
Bye.
you for being here. Bye, Mo. Everybody go subscribe to Mo. She's amazing. If one of my mods can put her link in the chat, it would be appreciated. Thank you.
With them, when you were growing up with your friends and family who were involved with gangs?
Objection, relatives. I stand the objection.
And did you have to comport yourself in any particular way as it related to gangs in your neighborhood growing up?
I would say so. I mean, we were taught at a very young age about certain colors you don't wear. Back then in the 80s and the 90s, the thing was,
I'm overruled objection, sir.
the manner in which you wear your hat, whether it was to the either side or backwards, clothing attire, based on particular neighborhood that you lived in or frequent, that was a pretty well-known fact not to do or just be aware of.
Now, did you personally ever get involved with any gangs in the neighborhood?
No.
And did you actively avoid run-ins with gang members in the neighborhood that were not your family?
Objection, relatives. I stand the objection.
Thank you, Lynn, for your super sticker. Now I have to count 5, 7, 12, 14, 19, 29. So we are $21, $23, $18 via super chats and gifted memberships from the YouTube chat to get to a new shot. But via PayPal, I am 4 shots behind already, or 4 spins on the wheel behind. Just so you know. Thank you so much, Bill. Thank you so much.
How large was the neighborhood that you grew up in?
We had to compare it. I mean, Inglewood community, several miles, maybe 9 square miles, if that.
Did I hear you say you have to compare it?
Yeah, if I were to try to compare it, I mean, to something here in Atlanta.
Cleveland Avenue area, Atlanta. Are you familiar with that area?
Yes.
How do you know about the Cleveland Avenue area of Atlanta?
Just from working investigations and frequenting the area doing work.
Did I hear you say frequenting the area doing work?
During work.
Okay. And using the Cleveland Avenue area of Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Can we use that? How would you describe Inglewood when compared to that area?
In comparison as far as size or?
As far as size, culture?
I stand the question.
Start with size.
Inglewood may be a little larger than Cleveland Avenue. I would say about, if you guys are familiar with Zone 3, Zone 3 is one of our larger zones. Inglewood will probably be the same size as Zone 3.
Thank you. And how about in terms of socioeconomic status? How would you describe the Inglewood area that you grew up in as compared to the Cleveland Avenue area?
Objection, relevance. Overruled.
Go
ahead and answer it. I'm overrule that objection as well.
It's roughly the same. I mean, you do have your crime. You do have financial issues between families, but there are good, hardworking people in the neighborhood as well. So roughly the same.
Now, when did you leave Chicago?
After high school.
And what year was that?
I'm showing my age. 98.
All right. And what was it that led you to leave Chicago?
Thought I wanted to go to college, so I went.
So where did you go to school?
In West Virginia.
What school in West Virginia?
West Virginia State College.
Now you said you thought you wanted to go there. Did you know growing up that you wanted to go to college?
No.
Overruled.
No.
At West Virginia State College, did you declare a major?
Objection, relevance.
What was your major?
Criminal justice.
Did that major have anything to do with the neighborhood that you grew up in or your contact with relatives? Why did you choose criminal justice?
I'll sustain the question as a form. I'm overruled the objection, Mr. Sharp.
Why did you choose criminal justice?
I have no clue. I mean, I never wanted to be law enforcement. I grew up watching the TV shows, Law and Order, Cops. I thought it was interesting, but I didn't have a desire to be a police officer.
Now, did you graduate?
I did not.
Why did you leave before graduating?
Financial reasons.
College dropout. Yeah. Financial reasons or flunked, we don't know. Why don't we know? Because she has not submitted any papers whatsoever. This is a testimony under oath, but no paperwork regarding high school, college, anything. So, college dropout.
Do you have a copy of her CV? Was it filed as part of evidence?
It's filed. I haven't found it. But they have referenced it a few times, and it's more or less, I attended college 98 to fall of 99. Well, or fall of 98 to fall of 99, and then she moved from West Virginia to Atlanta. And where she had odd jobs before she applied to the police academy and became a cop in 2000. They will go through it.
Okay.
In school and at home.
Where did you go when you left West Virginia State?
Atlanta.
And what year was that?
2000, late 2000.
How old? Never mind, I'm not going to do
Kind
that.
of.
When you got to Atlanta, what did you do in terms of employment?
I think I worked a retail job for a short period of time.
Did you do something different after that?
APD, Atlanta PD.
All right. What made you apply with the Atlanta Police Department? What made you choose that particular agency?
Honestly, I was just giving a friend of mine a ride down to Atlanta Police headquarters to apply. And he suggested that I come in and apply as well. So there was no intention of doing it.
All right. Now, once you applied, did you have any idea what role you wanted to play in the police department?
No.
Yeah, it rang, which gets us to a new spin on the wheel of regrets.
Got. No.
Vodka shot. Vodka. It is Nemirov Deluxe Vodka. From
No,
Ukraine.
absolute. No, absolute.
Sorry. No. Absolute is not a Swedish brand anymore. It's a French brand.
But the Absolute factory is still there.
Yep. But it's owned by some French company.
Well, they still make it. Skål.
Cheers. Skål. Ugh.
On that note, I got to get some work done before the end of my day. I got an hour left on my work day.
Please listen in because it gets worse.
I will. And if I hear something really stupid, I might chime in. I'm going to go on my computer, so I'll chime in.
Yeah, you do so because the stupidity is just getting started and your picture froze.
Oh, did I? Oh, there we go. All right. See ya.
See ya. Bye-bye. Thank you, Dave, for showing up. Yeah. And when I say things getting more and more stupid, I mean it.
And when you first came to Atlanta, culturally, was it the same, different than, or in some ways both, to where you grew up in England?
I'll sustain the objection.
Is it as the foundation, or do I need to?
I'll sustain as to relevance. You don't
Okay.
lay more foundation.
Thank you. When you first came to Atlanta, did you personally, at that time, know about any gangs in the city of Atlanta?
No.
And did you personally, at that time, recognize any signs of criminal street gang activity in the city of Atlanta?
No.
What was your first role at the Atlanta Police Department?
I was a patrol officer in Zone 4, Southwest Atlanta.
What parts of Atlanta made up Zone 4 at that time?
West End area, Cascade, the northern part of Martin Luther King, the western part of Martin Luther King, Fairburn Road, parts of Camp Creek, Campbellton Road.
Now, as it relates to Zone 3,
Mhm.
where was Zone 4 situated in Atlanta? Were they next to one another, separated by another zone or something different?
Parts of Zone 3 do border Zone 4. If you're down on the eastern end of Zone 4, like around Lee Street, West End Mall area, that borders the western part of Zone 3, Mechanicsville, Pittsburgh neighborhood, Deal Avenue. And outside of that, everything else is kind of on the opposite side. Zone 6 is the other side of Zone 3.
Okay. And so was it your testimony that the Mechanicsville, Pittsburgh, and Deal Avenue area of zone? I'm trying to get clarity.
I'll overrule the objection, sir.
What are those areas, the Mechanicsville area, Pittsburgh area, and Deal Avenue area in Zone 3?
Yes.
And did they abut Zone 4?
Lee Street was basically the border between Zone 3 and Zone 4. So Lee and Abernathy was kind of the barrier between the two zones,
Okay.
if you had to break them up.
Did you interact with people from Zone 3 as well as Zone 4, or did you only interact with people who lived in Zone 4 at the time that you first started as a patrol officer in Zone 4?
You mean citizens or police?
Citizens? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, there's no barriers for citizens in Atlanta. They come to Zone 3. Our Zone 4 citizens go to Zone 4. It's not like police work where you're kind of restricted to a certain area. Citizens, they can move back and forth, come in contact with all types of people.
Would you tell the jury what your responsibilities were as a patrol officer in Zone 4?
I was assigned to evening watch, which is 2:30 to 10:30, I believe. Responsibilities included answering 911 calls, traffic accidents.
One of the responsibilities was answering to 911 calls. Listen carefully what's coming next, or in a few minutes.
Directed patrols, that type of thing.
Describe for the jury a typical day at evening watch for you in Zone 4 as a patrol officer.
So just a typical day.
Your Honor, I'm N.Starow.
I'll just answer for him. You can rephrase.
Was there any one particular duty that you performed more often than any others as a patrol officer in Zone 4 on evening watch?
Well, evening watch was the busiest time of day for police officers. So by the time I got to work, we would have a bunch of calls and attendance calls holding for officers to respond to. So the first several hours of my day would be trying to knock down our pending of all the calls that came in previous before I came to work. So
Say that last part again. I didn't hear you. The first part of your day was what?
was trying to help with the pending calls that were calls for service that were just sitting in the queue waiting on the officers to respond to. So the first half of my day was that, just trying to get the pending down. We would come in and it would be 30 calls in the pending back then. So and the second part was trying to play catch up until you learn how to work your day.
All right. Now, as a patrol officer, did you actually investigate cases that occurred in Zone 4, or did you only respond to the cases?
No, my responsibility was a first responder, which is when someone calls 911, the first officer that responds to your house or whatever scene that the call was. I would take the initial report, and if
that
it needed
was
to be
the
forwarded to a detective or
responsibility.
investigative unit, it
Keep
would be
listening.
forwarded to that unit.
And what was the difference in what you did as a patrol officer and what the investigator would do with that same fact circumstance that you handed over?
Really, I was just the initial responding officer to gather whatever preliminary facts about whatever case or incident it was, and document that, and that would then be forwarded to the investigator to further look into and investigate crime.
As a first responder on evening watch in Zone 4, how often did you have personal contact with the citizens of Zone 4?
All day, every day, all the time.
And was that contact only when you were arresting someone?
No.
Was it only when you were investigating a crime?
No.
What opportunities did you have to interact with the citizens of Zone 4 outside of arresting somebody for investigating a crime?
I kind of learned how to work my day. I wasn't a fan of answering 911 calls, accidents. So I just kind of became proactive where I would get out and.
She was not a fan of answering to 911 calls. This is her trying to bolster It sounds bad. It's worse. Keep listening.
Our high crime areas, places where we knew people would loiter. I would just get out, talk to people, and if I was able to make an arrest, I would. If not, just getting to know who was on my beat and the beat surrounding my beat was really my day. And by doing that, that kind of took me away from having to answer 911 calls.
So she did other things to take her away from answering those kind of calls. This is rephrasing of I didn't want to work, so I went out and talked to people. Or it gets worse.
Now,
Sorry, Ms. Love, one second. Is your microphone on?
this one?
Yes.
It's on, but I think that the battery is dead. I turned it on, it's on, there's nothing.
What kind
no light.
of battery is that?
Am I heard if I speak right here?
Not as well as you.
Hear why he's getting that.
Yes.
Oh, getting to know your beat. Was it your goal when you were getting to know your beat to go out and make arrests? Was that your main priority?
No,
What was your priority when you went out to know your beat?
really the priority was to stay away from 911 calls. I mean, if we're being honest.
Her priority as a patrol officer was to stay away from 911 calls. This tells me, and it told me at the time, that this is a person who does not want to work at all.
So if that included, just doing directed patrols, doing drop-ins, which is my business on my beat, I would go into the stores, talk to the store owners. The old guys sitting on the side of the building drinking, they give you a lot of information. So my priority wasn't to lock people up. I wasn't trying to be on I-20 doing accident reports.
All right. How long did you stay in patrol at Zone 4?
A little over a year.
Is that the normal time that a new officer stays at that level?
No,
What's usually the time? Is it more or less?
probably more.
All right. So did you get out generally earlier than normal?
I did.
All right. Now, what happened that caused you to leave patrol in Zone 4 earlier than normal?
I guess my supervisors figured me out and they put me on the FIT team, which is a field investigative team.
Her superiors found out she wasn't working, so they put her on another team. Yeah, this cop didn't want to work at all. So let's try to put her on another unit. Field investigative team.
It's plain clothes, you do proactive work. So
When you say figured you out, what do you mean?
they saw I wasn't answering 911 calls, so they used me in a better capacity.
When you say
They used me in a better capacity? No, Miss Gautier. That is them. Let's place you somewhere where you do less harm.
active work, please explain what you're talking about to the jury. What do you mean?
For me, just getting out your car, walking around, talking to groups of guys. Again, if it led to an arrest, it was an arrest. If it was a traffic stop that led to an arrest or seizure of guns, drugs, that's just what it was. It's just being just proactive, just getting out your car.
And did you want to get to know your community as well?
I did.
Did you live in that area while you worked in that area?
No, I actually lived in Zone 3 at the time.
Okay. What area of Zone 3 did you live in, generally speaking?
Carver Homes.
Does Carver Homes still exist?
It does.
All right. Would you tell the jury what the Georgia Peace Officer Standards and Training Council, or POST, is?
That's the council that certifies people to be police officers in the state of Georgia.
And were you post-certified while you worked at APD?
Yes.
You need to be close to being fired to not be a part of that certification. They will hand it out like candy just to keep a certain amount of officers on the force.
Are there different post certifications or just one?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did
She
you have to do
doesn't
anything
know.
to remain post certified while you were at APD?
Every year we would have in-service, which is your yearly certification that the police department gives you to keep your.
She didn't fork up during the test or fork up completely during the test.
Post certification, it would be firearms qualifications, updates on Georgia law, stuff like that.
And did you remain post certified while you were at the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
Was maintaining post certification a requirement of your employment at the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
When you said you were assigned to the field investigations team, when exactly did you start in that group?
Roughly 2004, maybe.
Remember when she said she was put away from patrol after about a year? That would be 2000, late 2000 to late 2001. And she wasn't put in that unit until 2004. So what the F happened in those years? Allegedly, she was on desk duty until they found someone stupid enough. Oh, shit. What happened? Where were we?
My first couple of years within the gang unit, I did stuff like that.
To stay in patrol at Zone 4?
A little over a year.
Little over a year. And then she said she started in that other unit in 2004. So, yeah, she was on desk duty where she couldn't do harm until they found someone stupid enough to take her into a different department.
Start in that group?
Roughly 2004, maybe. Late 2004, I believe.
So 2.5 years on desk duty before they found someone stupid enough to...
Personally, beyond what you've already explained, did you do within the field investigations team?
As far as day-to-day activities?
Yes.
Day-to-day activities would include, again, being proactive, doing drop-ins at our local businesses. We would respond to areas that were considered hot spots within the zones.
Hi, Dave. I have to imagine there are at least a dozen more qualified individuals who they could have called to testify. How about an undercover officer who routinely deals boots on the ground with gangs? They will get through that because after she's been department skipping for a number of years, she became a part of the gang unit. And we're doing a spin on the wheel. The wheel of regrets. Sour shot. We haven't hit a hot sauce or anything for quite some time. This is sour shot. This is sour ice pear shot. Now this is after the first hit of sour, it is actually quite pleasant. So I don't mind this at all. So, cheers. Ah. Mm. Ooh. Thank you, folks. Whew. Toddly Pip, member for 12, a full year. Hey, happy member day. Hey, Nick, I'm a 1-year-old Viking saying hi. Yes, you are. Yes, you are, Toddly Pip. Yes, you are. Thank you so much for your support of the channel for a full year. Thank you so much. Shall we just finish with the client, or are you starting leaving all in the middle? I'm going as long as I can. As long as I can.
Information would come through crime analysis and our supervisors. We would do low-level narcotics buys. Yeah, that's really it. Whatever was going on, or not whatever was going on, whatever area within the zone was considered a hot spot that week, that's the area that we would concentrate on, whether it was for robberies, drug sales, shootings. Yeah, that's just the area that we would focus on.
And you said hotspot. Is there another phrase or a term for hotspot? What does a hotspot mean?
Like a high crime area.
Okay. And you said that information came from crime analysts and supervisors?
Yes.
Is that information that the general public would have access to?
They looked hard enough, they could probably find it, but generally it was within APD.
That doesn't make her a gang expert. That makes her a cop.
All right. Did you only work within Zone 4 with the FIT team, or did you work all over the city of Atlanta?
We would cross borders sometimes, but for the most part, I maintained in Zone 4.
And is that where you were assigned during your entire tenure with the FIT team?
Yes.
Now, is the FIT team the same thing as the Red Dog unit at APD, or is that something totally different?
Absolutely not. It's completely different.
Oh, okay. Did they have anything to do with one another?
No.
All right.
That was the next unit.
And how long did you say you worked at FIT, in the FIT unit?
About 3 years, 3.5 years.
Were you always in plain clothes, or did you sometimes wear a uniform while you were working in that unit?
At that time, the only time I put on a uniform was to go to my extra job. Other than that, I was in jeans and a t-shirt.
Did having a uniform versus not having a uniform make your interactions with the citizens any easier or any harder as you observed it?
Objection, relevance.
I'll rule the objection, sir.
Remember, this is supposed to be a Daubert hearing, and it's stupid.
My experience, I felt like the uniform kind of was a distraction. A lot of people would just look at the uniform, like they wouldn't look at the person.
I'll rule the objection, sir.
They would look at the uniform and not the person or what you were saying. So it became a lot easier for me just to even maneuver to get to talk to certain people in plain clothes, jeans and a t-shirt. It was a lot easier than the uniform and a patrol car.
And as a FIT officer, did you investigate crimes, or did you respond to crimes, or did you do some hybrid, both?
We did both. The high priority calls like the shootings or robberies, we will respond to, but we did conduct a lot of our own investigations.
And during your time in the FIT team, did to your knowledge at that time, did your investigations ever involve gang activity that you knew of at that time?
Not from what my idea from where I grew up was actual gangs. So during that time, 2004 to 7, 8, no, I didn't. That wasn't my focus. I wasn't necessarily.
2004 to 2007, while working in the area, she's been a cop for 7 years, and has no what gangs? What? No. It's immensely stupid.
Barely paying attention to it, so I didn't. Obviously, because I didn't recognize anything that I was familiar with as far as gangs.
Between the year of 2000 and 2007, she didn't recognize anything regarding gangs in Atlanta. Here's the thing about Atlanta gangs. They have been around since the 1980s.
In Atlanta, so.
And again, what is it that you were familiar with or that you were looking for or would have expected to see as it relates to gangs to tell you that there's gangs here in Atlanta at that time?
Probably the graffiti, the manner in which, people wore their clothes or their hats, the hand signs. That just wasn't,
The Georgia gang laws was implemented in 1998 to combat gangs. She should have been trained in recognizing this as a police officer. The first conviction of gang-related activity was in 2002.
Wasn't focused on that because it wasn't. I didn't see those familiar signs here in Atlanta that I knew of.
Doing the math, if you stayed with FIT about 3.5, 4 years, did you leave in 2007?
Yes.
And what happened? Why did you leave the FIT team?
I was asked to go to the gang unit.
She was asked to go to the gang unit. So for 3 years, no promotions. This is department skipping. Please, for the love of the Almighty, can anyone take this absolute moron? We don't want her.
What year did you start in the gang unit at the Atlanta Police Department?
2007.
When you first joined the gang unit, what was your position there?
Well, I was an officer.
Were there both officers and investigators in the gang unit?
Well, it was myself and one other officer, and the rest were detectives.
Would you tell the jury at that time what?
Has she been living under a rock or something? Asked totally people. No, she doesn't want to work at all. And I assume, now for you who don't know, hi, I'm Nick. I'm a union rep. I do labor law. I have been doing it for over 30 years. I would assume she's been a member of the police union. And they are very, very good at keeping incompetent people in the force, in my opinion. Tracy Fagan, hello, I am confused. Are these the answers that love expecting? I have no idea. I have genuinely no idea. A prosecutor with a scintilla of integrity would have stopped by now. But she doesn't. Because Fannie Willis, and I will do a separate video about this, before the current administration under Fannie Willis, she was handling a case with a person, an autistic person with diagnosed schizophrenia and a lot of other things, somehow accidentally shot his mother. He was placed into the Atlanta jail, and a few years later, he was dead. Because despite psychiatrists and experts and everyone testifying in every hearing, this guy is too sick, too mentally ill to even grasp what happened. She claimed he was faking it. And a few years later, he died inside the Fulton County Jail. I'm going to say it. She can sue me if she wants to. Adrian Love, you killed that boy. When the Almighty judges you at the end of days, you have to explain to the Almighty why you killed that boy. And then by the narcissistic bitch you are, you will probably say he deserved it, and then you will burn in hell for an eternity. This will come out as a separate video, by the way, but so that was a spoiler regarding my opinion about that case.
Difference there was between an officer and an investigator in the gang? Was it the same as?
Money.
Oh, okay. All right. So even as an officer in the gang unit, unlike as a patrol officer, in the gang unit, would you actually begin to investigate your own cases?
Not initially. I mean, I didn't really know what I was doing. It was just.
She didn't know what she was doing. Ladies and gentlemen, the women in blue in Atlanta. Remember, at this point in time, she has been in the police force for 7 or 8 years, and she testifies here under oath that she didn't know what she was doing.
You go to the gang unit, you have more freedom and access to move around the city, learn different parts of the city.
What I learned about the Atlanta Police Department's gang unit, it seems to be the place where the absolute most incompetent people end up because they can't place them anywhere else. Concrete rolls? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the core of the prosecution against Young Thug. They don't know what they're doing. This witness has been on the force for 7 or 8 years, and she testifies under oath that she has no idea what she's doing.
So, I didn't know much about gang investigations. I knew how to investigate a little bit just based on my time on the Zone 4.
She didn't know how to investigate gangs, but she knew a little bit. You have been a cop for 7 or 8 years at this time, and you have no clue on how to conduct an investigation. I mean, here's the thing about Atlanta PD. After a few years, your average salary is about $107,000 a year. If I knew that I could be a complete jackass, incompetent fool, I would have applied to the Atlanta Police Department years ago. decades ago. Remember, $100,000 a year by being a moron? Sign me up. Here's the thing that keeps getting in my way from every promotion. I have ethics. I have a conscience. I have a fear of the judgment in the afterlife. These morons have none of that.
The team, so I just kind of reverted back to what I knew, which was being proactive and not necessarily working gang investigations because I wasn't aware of how to do it.
And you took me to the very next question. At that time, by the time you had reached the gang unit, when you first joined, had you had any formal training in criminal street gangs?
No.
Had you had any formal training in identifying or investigating criminal street gangs before joining?
The first half hour, she was asked about where she grew up in Chicago, as if that had anything to do with it. And now she go, did you have any formal training about this before this? No. Here's the thing, folks. Everybody in the Atlanta Police Department have the option of being trained in recognizing gang activity. Everyone. But you have to opt out of it. That tells me that this specific person, she does not want to work at all. Hey, Hip Hop Press. Hey, what's up? What's up is the Wheel of Regrets, and we're going through the Daubert hearing of the gang expert. This is a recap. We are going through stuff that happened this week. We started last Friday with this gang expert. And you know as good as I know, oh my God, this is a... If you want this mug of your own, you can have it in my merch store.
The gang.
No, I didn't.
Do you know why you were assigned to the gang unit when you had no formal training in either gangs or criminal street gang activity?
Objection, false speculation.
I sustain the objection.
And we have the next Wheel of Regrets. How many have I done? I lost count. It's a whiskey shot. For you who don't know and just joined or something like that, hi, this is Friday. This is a casual recap, and in exchange for your monetary support of this channel, I will be doing the Wheel of Regrets. The monetary requirements is $50 combined in super chats, gifted memberships, or your own membership, or $40 through PayPal. Why is it cheaper through PayPal? Now that is because PayPal takes less of a cut. So I will try to keep it even. So that's why. I need to keep the channel afloat. And I'm Scandinavian. I'm Swedish. I'm an actual Viking descendant. I can handle my booze. So if you are so inclined, become a member. Give your appreciation through a super chat or through PayPal. And this is your reward by me spinning the Wheel of Regrets and do what it tells me to do. But whiskey shot. I I think I have one more prepaid one. And let's set the timer for 15 minutes. This is the last one. I think we are $15. I have to math. 5, 7, 12, 15, 17, 22, 32, 37. We are $13 away via Super Chat and gifted memberships. Or $40 through PayPal for a new spin on the wheel. But we have one left, and then, yeah. Dun, dun, dun. Round it up if you're unsure. Here's the thing. At a certain point, I stop caring and I will just drink. But you need to get me there.
While in the gang unit, did you obtain any formal training on
Oh, this is good.
criminal street
This is
gangs
good.
in Atlanta?
Yes.
Now, when you joined the gang unit, did Georgia have a formal definition for a criminal street gang?
Snivels gifted 5 memberships. It was given to AG Biochemist, Lynn, Concrete Rose, Michael Burke, and Susan Lee. Olay. Thank you so much, Snivels. Thank you so much. You who just got it, give your thanks to Snivels, and now you have access to all my members-only content. And I think I have close to 100 hours of members-only content that nobody else can see. It's about the farm, the renovations, my tractor, Mr. Jingles, and random stuff, so we get to know each other better. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Snivels. Now let's go back.
Now, when you joined the gang unit, did Georgia have a formal definition for a criminal street gang?
Your Honor, that was called the law. I will object.
I sustain the objection.
Did you, at the time you joined the gang unit in Atlanta, were you aware of any formal definition of a criminal street gang utilized by the Atlanta Police Department?
No, I didn't know gangs existed in Georgia.
This absolute cluster F of a moron actually claims after 7 years on the police force that she didn't know that gangs existed in Georgia. Gangs in Georgia originated in the first meth epidemic in the 80s. And it developed from there, crossbreeding, blood scripts. Independent. The Georgia Street Gang Law, 1998. First convicted of gang activity, 2002. But she claims, after growing up in Chicago, in the Inglewood area, recognizing gangs for the first 7 years on the force, she did not know that gangs existed in Georgia. Tolly Pip gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. And it went to Grifter Wannabe, Rod Squiddle Betsy, Debbie Johnson, Sherry G, and Mary Fawcett. If you were gifted a membership, give your thanks to Tolly Pip. And you also now have access to all my members-only content. I need to get a new link to my Discord. I have a Discord, which you as members have access to. Hold on. Well, if the previous one doesn't work, just tell me and I will post a new one. And then you will find out that I will be going to the United States in August. I will be attending the Missouri Convention, August 8 to 11. After that, I will do a road trip. I will drive to New Orleans. Then I will drive up to Atlanta around August 14, 15, something like that, and attend the actual trial. This trial on August 14th or 15th. Then I will keep driving north up to East Tennessee, up to Indiana, ending up in Michigan. And on August 24, I will fly home again. So I will be spending from August 7 to August 24th in the United States. And if you by the chance is on my route, I will post roughly where I will be. And if you are close, let's have a meetup. No curse. You probably have the option to attend this trial next summer too. Yes, probably. Yes, Hip Hop Press, Tennessee. I will be visiting Valhalla Waits in East Tennessee, which should be around August 16, 17, something like that. 15, 16, 17. So I will be in Tennessee. Let's continue with this. Tell me, Bogard, you will be well south of where I am in Michigan. I will be visiting Dave. He lives outside of Detroit, and while I'm there, I'm going to visit Wisconsin because of the Zachariah Anderson case. Yep, Nancy, lots of driving. Yeah, but I got since the flights and the flights and the hotel gave me a discount on the rental car. So I think I'm going to pay under $1,000 for the entire trip for the rental car. Yes, and Dave, I know you have a room ready for me. Now, he claimed, I saw the photo of the bed. I hope it fits me. Yes, keep listening.
At this time, or at the time that you left the Atlanta Police Department, did the Atlanta Police Department use Georgia law's formal definition of a criminal street gang in making charging decisions in criminal cases?
You said the time that I left?
Yes.
Yes.
And again, when you first joined the gang unit, did you know of any formal definition of criminal street gang activity?
Sustained.
Is there a distinction between criminal street gangs and criminal street gang activity? Your Honor, I have to ask to test her knowledge as it relates to what she did.
It's not accurate. Law.
I sustain the objection. I sustain the objection, madam. She may be able to. I don't think it's
I'll
correct.
rephrase.
All right.
During your time in the gang unit, as you progressed, did you recognize in your work, did you employ a distinction between criminal street gangs and criminal street gang activity?
Yes.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, sir.
Of course you are, because you're a coward.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about what training, if any, that you got while you were at the gang. First, let's start off. How long?
Oh, this will be good. If you're completely new, this is good.
were you an officer in the gang?
I went to the gang unit in 2007. I was promoted to detective in, shoot, don't give me the line. Maybe 2012, maybe.
She was on the gang unit for 5 years before they couldn't opt out of promoting her anymore. Here's the thing. If you know about the Peter Principle, the Peter Principle states that in all hierarchic organization, you will sooner or later reach your level of incompetence. As in, you are on the bottom level, you do your job, you get promoted. You do the job required, you get promoted. If you stop being promoted, that means you are no longer doing what is required of you. That is the Peter Principle. This lady took 5 years to get a promotion within the Atlanta. She has spent 12 years in the department without a promotion. Now, there are people who don't want a promotion. According to information that has been sent to me, she applied for promotion starting 2004. So for 8 years, she was denied promotion until 2012.
Maybe 13. I'm not exactly sure the dates, but from 2007 to I was promoted to sergeant in 2016. That entire time I was in a gang unit as an officer and a detective. So from 2007 to 2016.
While at the gang unit, what were your sources of information for gangs and gang activity if you had no formal training before getting there?
Once I got the training, I mean, I got to know a lot of people within the community, good and bad. And a lot of my gang knowledge and information really came from them. We did have meetings with other jurisdictions and information sharing within our department and our unit. But
word salad.
If we're just speaking about Georgia gangs, the gangs within Atlanta,
Yes.
A wealth of my information just came from the community and gang members themselves.
This woman claimed for the first 7 years of her police department as being a cop, she had no idea about gangs. And now she references through information through the community. That's contradictory, isn't it?
So let's break that down just a little bit. When you say it came from your contact with people in the community, good and bad, what do you mean when you use those terms in this context?
Just normal citizens, people that don't commit crimes. And then when you commit a crime, just interviews with suspects, people who are arrested, you do get a lot of information from that as well.
At the time, at the time that you joined the gang unit, what were the focuses? What did the gang unit mainly do within the city of Atlanta?
Here's the thing. This is a question for the person who is leading the gang unit. That's Detective Belknap, who is a how do I explain it? He's a fucktwat. Oh, sorry, YouTube. I mean, it's the accent. I promise it's the accent. I meant to say forquad. It's just my Swedish accent kind of relays. Sorry.
Your Honor, it's
So,
relevant.
Bless you.
Huh?
It's relevant, establishing background. The juror has to gauge.
I'll sustain the objection, sir.
You sustain it, Your
No,
Honor?
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Thank you.
All right.
At the time that you joined the gang unit, what was the primary focus of the gang unit? What type of investigation?
Circle jerks.
I don't know what they
sorry.
was doing, honestly. I know we had a couple of people that did.
I forgot about this. Let's listen to it again.
All right.
At the time that you joined the gang unit, what was the primary focus of the gang unit? What type of investigation?
I don't know what they was doing, honestly. I know we had a couple of people that did homeland security.
At the time she joined the gang unit, she had no idea what they were doing. Now, this reading between the lines means she didn't apply to the gang unit. She was forced to get there, to go there. Because that's the unit, apparently, in the Atlanta Police Department, where you can do the least amount of damage as an absolute moron cop. And the bell rang. The wheel of regrets. Dun 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 dun. Oh fuck. Oh crap. Oh crap. Now, I don't know what you know about tequila. Oh, no curse, San, you absolute. But I've heard that if you have a red hat on the bottle, that means quality. Oh crap. I blame Brandon because I have hot sauces and everything on it, but it's keep getting me alcohol. Oh crap. Cheers. Ugh. 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 No chili peppers tonight. Look at it. I have clove garlic, wild sauce. I have habanero sauce. I have wasabi paste. I have, other than alcohol, on the wheel of regrets. So it's just by pure chance. I still now alcohol. Oh, Jesus. Ugh. Oh God, that's a bad tequila. Oh God, that's a bad tequila. Ugh. Ugh. Valpal asked, have you seen the otherwise heard case for Pritchett and Robinson? Much better judge at sticking to his rulings, and Pritchett chose to represent himself. I've seen reference to it, and the next time we get an administrative week, I will do that case. I will find the everything about it. How far away are we on YouTube? Oh, Jesus Christ. Lawyer math. 5, 7, 12, 15, 17, 22, 32, 37, 52, 67. So we are already one in. And 40 something to the next one. So I do have, I'm one behind. One spin on the wheel behind. And $40 away on the YouTubes and Rumbles. Something around $40 away. Yeah, I'm one behind, and so the timer is set on 15 minutes. That's the last prepaid one. Gwendolyn, maybe that tequila will be better if used in a mixed drink. No. Here's the thing with the Sierra tequila. No. It's so bad. Now, on August, I will be traveling to Houston, and then I will go to New Orleans, up to Atlanta, East Tennessee, up to Delphi, and up to Michigan in the 3. But next time I'm doing an actual vacation style thingy, I want to go to Austin. Why to Austin, Texas? Because Ron White has his tequila, and I want to go to a pro wrestling event in Austin, Texas. That's why. Now, if there is a local pro wrestling thing on my route, I will try to attend. I love pro wrestling. I really do. It's I don't know. It's just so entertaining to me. And I'm bigger than most of the guys.
Investigations involving threats against officers or organized crime. It wasn't street gang investigations, to my knowledge. It was, they were doing some other stuff.
And what type of formal training did you get while you were in the gang unit? If any at all, on criminal street gangs and recognizing and identifying criminal street gang activity?
My first couple of years within the gang unit, I did a little bit of training, just gang identification. It was roughly 40 hours or so within my first couple of years.
HippoPress 365, thank you for being here. Would the defense be able to challenge her credibility after she's been labeled as an expert witness based on her answers during direct? Here's the thing. Later in the week, Judge told Mr. Steele that since he did not object to her being proffered as an expert. And through the Harvey rule, the rest agreed. For me, this is an unforced error, because first, she shouldn't have been this Daubert hearing shouldn't have been in front of the jury at all. So this is an issue for the appellate court in Georgia. But the judge already ruled that somehow Mr. Steele not objecting to certain things he waived the right to proffer her as an expert.
And after that, I was just sadly too busy within investigations to kind of do much formal training.
Let's talk about that 40 hours that you did get. What type of information did you learn during that 40 hours game?
40 hours. That's a week. 8 hours a day. Here's the thing. When it comes to those trainings, those are rubbish, in my opinion.
Training that you did get, formal 40 hours.
Just the basic gang identifiers, how to recognize a gang, crimes that gangs generally committed. I'm not going to say that it was worth anything, but a lot of the instructors were not from Atlanta or worked the Atlanta area, so a lot of the information was really general, loosely based on national criminal street gangs, the traditional gangs.
Were you educated about the laws of the state of Georgia in that training? And
Yes.
were you educated about how to apply the laws?
I stand as to form. You can rephrase now.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Did you learn about the laws of Georgia as they related to criminal street gangs?
Yes.
I stand the objection as to form.
Yes, Your Honor. What kind of information did you learn as far as laws were concerned during your training with the gang unit, your formal training?
The Georgia laws regarding criminal street gangs.
Did you learn anything at all about applying those laws?
We did. We learned basically what the state considered to be a gang and what particular crimes or activities were considered criminal street gang activity. That it was a difference between the actual two. It's two separate meanings.
And did you use that lesson, those lessons that you received during your formal training on a consistent basis while performing your duties within the gang unit?
Yes.
I will rule the objection.
Yes.
Did the gang unit that you described when you first went there doing different things, did it continue operating in that manner, or at some point did it shift its focus?
Tracy Fagan says, my dad was a cop and he worked more than 40 hours when he became a detective. I mean, if you join, this applies to police forces all around the world. If you do a good job, you will get promoted. Because that means you can train others to do the same good job as you do. If it takes 8 years or more before you get the promotion, no. Thank you so much, Tracy. And that brings us roughly to $35 through Super Chats and gifted memberships towards the next shot. The egg clock is ticking on the last prepaid spin on the wheel. Just saying.
Definitely think it shifted its focus roughly 2010 or so.
What types of things led you to recognize a shift in the focus of the gang unit?
During our daily activities or investigations of various crimes that were not initially considered, gang related, we began to see.
Be careful with the words.
Identifiers.
Words in chat affects the channel, so if you're using words, please rewrite it to something misspelled of what you're meaning. Okay.
Of gangs now operating in the city of Atlanta. We would see graffiti. At that time, social media became
Sir, you have an objection, sir? Basis.
History is irrelevant. History is irrelevant. The witness on the scene.
Her background is what?
It's relevant, sir. I'm gonna overrule your objection, okay? You may have a continuing objection, sir.
Please continue.
Social media started to become a thing. It was new. It was new to us. So we did rely on a lot of social media information to the intelligence gathering. Our local gang members at the time would bolster their gang affiliations on social media, which kind of, was surprising to us because we really hadn't seen that before in that manner. So
Bullshit.
around that time is when we kind of start putting.
Now, I can say the curse words and everything because it's my channel. And if I do say, for instance, when I say the word fuck rat, YouTube's I mean 4-quad and nothing else. I promise. But if you write things as the grape word and the other crimes words in the chat out loud, it kind of affects my channel. So please misspell those words.
Putting the pieces together with people that we had already previously identified for particular crimes throughout the city. They were now identifying themselves as part of whatever particular gang.
When you said that
I'm not going to spank you.
you began to,
Brandon, I'm not going to spank you. Just a reminder.
Let me hear the question first.
Now, you have been more than generous to me today. So the monetization of the channel doesn't really matter because you've been generous and giving me super chats and gifted memberships. But just a reminder that on most days I don't get super chats and gifted memberships. So if you use the profanities and the crime words, I make 0 on those hours I spend.
when you said that you began to recognize identifiers, what was it that allowed you and the other members of the gang unit that you work with to recognize things that you had not recognized before?
I'm all loud, Mr. Steele.
You may.
Well, definitely the training that we had received and the understanding of, well, my understanding of the law. We would see kids wearing T-shirts and hats and stuff with acronyms and words under it, and the involvement that we had within the community to just get out and talk to people or ask, what is that?
Kids had words on their T-shirts. Imagine that. Imagine having a T-shirt with your favorite artist on your T-shirt. Imagine that being illegal. No, that's freedom of fucking speech.
I mean, they were pretty proud about, telling us what it was and what it meant.
We're not asking or soliciting.
Yeah, I'm gonna overrule the objection. Overruled. Overruled. Did you get those people, Christina? Okay, all right.
You may continue. So you said that they would talk to you.
Overruled, sir.
Please continue with what you were saying.
I don't even know what I was saying. I'm sorry.
You said that the people. Did you say
Overruled, sir.
that the people that you interacted with would talk to you? You were saying
Correct.
how you were describing your interaction.
Correct. Yeah, just getting out talking to folks, not just people you arrested, but just normal citizens within the communities, grandmas and uncles who.
That also stings.
In terms of beginning to recognize signs of criminal street gang activity,
Mhm.
what else if anything, allowed you to recognize things and signs that you had not recognized before, besides training, formal training?
Yeah, definitely the different clothing that we would see. Certain people start to wear the social media with the post, and you can add a caption to it. A lot of that during that time was, you know, this is my gang, and hand signals that we weren't accustomed to seeing. Graffiti throughout the neighborhoods. We, at the time, 2011, 10, 11, 12, we had a lot of school fights.
Yeah, but this is the years where you claimed you didn't see anything, Miss Gautier. You had no idea about gang activity until you joined the gang force. So why are you referencing those years?
That really weren't a thing before, because during our daily duties, we would respond to a lot of the schools to try to do preventative gang work. So we did see an uptick in, I don't want to say gang fights, but two groups of kids fighting. We would see that.
And when you were involved in working in the gang unit, did you consider it a crime to just simply be in a group wearing the same shirts as you described earlier?
Objection to witness considering a crime.
Your Honor.
What's the basis for your objection, sir?
The law could go beyond what a witness can testify about. Jurors make a decision.
Okay, I got you.
Your Honor.
And that was the bell. Which brings us to the wheel of regrets. Dun, 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 dun. Wild sauce, the first hot sauce. Now, what is wild sauce? It is... Where is it? Here. Hot sauce. And it contains... Let me read it here. Habanero, blueberries, lingonberries, garlic, paprika, and water. Now, I've had this bottle for some time. It's starting to ferment, and it started out as the weakest of my hot sauces, and yeah. Oh, Jesus, fuck. I dripped on my keyboard. Ooh. Mm. Oh, up my nose. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Jesus Christ, what's going on? Oh. Jesus. It's not supposed to be this strong. Hey, excited utterance is in the chat. Hi. Stand on my head for 2 minutes and it goes away? No. Jesus. Jesus Christ. Jeez. Oh. Oh. Jesus Christ. What's going on? Oh. This is a new one. Egg timer. Well, oh. 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 Jesus Christ. Oh. I did not expect that one. Oh. Oh. Whew. Whew.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
It goes to her qualifications and knowledge in this area.
I'll rule the objection. You may answer the question now.
I'm sorry, what was the question again? I apologize.
And when you were involved in working with the gang, did you consider it a crime to just simply be in group wearing the same shirts as you described earlier?
No.
Did you arrest people for making hand signs?
No.
Did you arrest people for using certain hashtags?
I have a continuing objection.
Yes, you may, sir.
You arrest some unknown person for doing something, some unknown sign,
Your Honor,
I object.
She's got to lay a foundation, so you can object. I'll go ahead and make it a continuing objection, okay?
There's no foundation for an arrest.
Overruled, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Grounds of relevance.
Overruled, sir.
when you were describing what you saw and recognized as signs of gangs appearing, what other signs did you see besides the ones that you just described to the jury?
I mean, off the top of my head, I think those were the main ones. I may be missing a.
I got a question here. Hip Hop Press. Many people believe Gunna's plea deal and video admitting to widespread criminal activity is not a snitch. Do you? Especially due to him not being called to testify. Does the state need his testimony? Oh. I do believe they need it, but I do also believe his plea deal says he doesn't have to testify. I think there might be, the defense might call him in their case in chief, but I'm not sure. But Gunna's plea, I believe, is just as much of a scam as the other ones. That is my answer at this time. Thank you for your question, Hippo Press.
A couple, but I think those are the main ones.
Did you ever hear any language that was used by groups of people consistently that was sort of different from an average?
Invade and hearsay.
I'll sustain as to leading. The other two I'll overrule. So you can rephrase, please.
Thank you, Judge. Were there any linguistic styles that you noticed as signs of gang presence?
Yes.
Describe what you mean when you say yes.
We, at the time, again, social media was a very informative tool that we used. You would see gang language from Bloods to Crips, the usage for Bloods not using the letter C. So they would cross out certain letters that were synonymous to rival gangs like the Crips and replace it with a B or an X. We would see Crips doing the same thing. They wouldn't use the letter B in language that in raps, hashtags, captions, even on graffiti. We would see graffiti being crossed out if in certain neighborhoods that we knew a particular gang operated in, we would see the next day they have an X through it. So yeah, it was definitely in the language that they used, slang.
Did you see any correlation between those signs that you saw and any particular criminal activity in areas of Atlanta?
Are you asking what particular areas did we see it in?
Yes.
Well, when I went to gangs, we were citywide, so that was my first time really able to cross the borders of Zone 4. Zone 4 definitely had a lot of blood gangs within it. We did have some gangster disciples around Fairburn Road area. Zone 3 was predominantly Bloods, but we did still have a lot of hybrid neighborhood gangs that weren't really identifying with traditional national gangs.
Did agencies or units within the Atlanta Police Department share information as it related to gang intelligence?
Yes.
Would you explain how that occurred?
Yeah, so we would have monthly meetings with surrounding jurisdictions that included DeKalb County, Clayton County, Fulton County, and it was really just information sharing. At the time, criminals didn't necessarily have a border in which they stayed in. If you're a criminal, they operated everywhere. So we definitely had to come together and collaborate with information gathering to try to put a hold on crime.
And what kind of information did you all share within these monthly meetings with other law enforcement agents?
Gang trends, crimes. They're really gangs and crime trends.
What sort of crime trends did you, within the gang unit, begin, if any at all, did you begin to recognize during the time that you actually started to see signs of gang presence in Atlanta?
Definitely the smash and grabs. That was the first real trend that I saw. We had guys that operated within Atlanta that would drive cars through buildings and steal blue jeans,
There is not a single smash and grab within this trial. Not one. Not a single one.
flat screens. That went on for several years. I mean, at least 4 years of the smash and grab robberies and burglaries were the thing here in Atlanta.
And how, if at all, did you correlate that with the rise in gang presence? How did you all within the unit make any kind of connection between the two?
Well, once we arrested a few people and we previously identified them as being associated with neighborhood cliques,
And I have a guest. Hi, Sam. How are you doing?
I am good. I'm busy. How about you?
Yeah, you haven't been on my channel for over a month.
I know it has been a while.
Yeah. This is thank you for being here again.
Oh, my pleasure.
Yeah. Oh, what do you know about the trial I'm covering?
A little bit. I know last week was pretty wild.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
On the stand at the moment is the supposed gang expert, the college dropout who joined the Atlanta Police Department in 2000, spent a year as a patrol officer. Then in between 2000 and 2001 was a patrol officer. Then in 2004 she was assigned a new department. So nobody knows what she did in those 3 years.
Okay.
And then it took another 4 years before she was assigned to the gang unit.
Interesting.
Yeah. And now they are having a Daubert hearing in front of the jury.
Oh, I did see that.
Yeah.
Which kind of blew my mind, but okay.
Aw. Mr. Jingles! Hello, Mr. Jingles.
Such a happy cat.
Such a happy cat. I mean, look at this face. Doesn't everything about Mr. Jingles say he really wants to be here? Ow, 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 ow. Yeah. Yeah. But now they're up into the Daubert hearing where she claims all the experience she has. But she claims that before joining the gang unit, she did not have any knowledge about Atlanta gangs at all.
Okay.
And that is after she spent 8 years on the force and actually living in a zone with gangs. So 8 years, and she had no knowledge of Atlanta gangs.
Okay.
Yeah. Atlanta gangs was identified in the 1980s. Georgia had a law in place in 1998 of gang activity, with the first conviction of gang activity in 2002. This is 6 years later, after this particular gang expert has been on the force for 8 years.
Wow.
Or hybrid gangs, that kind of made the connection of almost like a spider web of once you kind of find one or two, you definitely find the other 6 or 7 guys. So just previous.
Oh, Hella! Hello.
Hello, Hella.
Nice
meeting you here.
Well, welcome to the show.
Hi.
Hi.
He follows me around everywhere. He knew I was coming on.
I
Sally
was
here?
already.
Sally comes on.
Oh, whatever. I was already gonna come on.
Oh, really?
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 Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Hey, man.
Uh-huh. Hi, Hella.
Nick, could you put me up there, please?
Oh gosh.
Oh, there.
It's just a thing we have. Yeah, it's just a little thing we have.
Hella has to
Thank
be
you.
on top.
Okay, so
Yeah,
Hella wants to be on top of Sal.
Yeah. I'm usually I'm in control of StreamYard, just saying we can just sort this out ourselves, but we can't. So it's fine. So good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too. My chat has been getting me drunk.
Our chat's been doing it. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
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 That's what you tell your sponsor.
It's what my chat's fault. Don't blame me.
They're paying me.
Hey, everybody in chat. So how's your hiccups going? Are they sorted out now?
So what now? What
Your
Hiccups?
hiccups. You missed the hiccups,
Yeah.
darling.
No, I
my
saw that.
hiccups, yeah, my hiccups are gone at the moment.
For real?
I am currently, let's see here, 3 minutes away from the next spin of the wheel, and that is the last prepaid one. Yeah, so if you want to see me spin the wheel one more, or the meal,
Okay.
you either $40 through PayPal or $50 through Super Chats, memberships, and stuff like that combined.
I have one on the next wheel spin. I have a challenge for you too.
Oh.
After you've done whatever it is you need to do on the wheel spin, after you've downed whatever it is you need to down, I have a little challenge for you.
Oh crap.
Okay. I did it to Meme Copium last night, which is yours this morning. I'm gonna do it to you.
Fuck.
It's not that bad.
Brandon has prepaid 2 more.
Ha
Of course he has. But let's listen more to this moron for an hour and a half. She's been now. Okay, if you haven't heard, this woman was she grew up in Chicago, sheltered. She moved to West Virginia, where she attended college. Her major was criminal something, and she dropped out. And then she moved to Atlanta and did odd jobs before she joined the police department. And she, as a patrol officer, and for the first year as a patrol officer, she never answered to a 911 call.
Okay.
And after that year, she was placed on desk duty. And in 2004, she was on a different unit where she did a horrible job again. And this was in 2004. She spent 3 years without getting... Now we are into... She wasn't promoted anything, so she spent 3 years on this other unit doing jack shit. And then in 2007, she joined the gang unit. And as she started on the gang unit, she had no knowledge of Atlanta gangs in her own. She testified to this under oath. She is being proffered as a gang expert.
Should be accepted too.
Here's the thing. They haven't cross-examined her yet. She's been proffered as an expert witness. She's a fact witness and a lay witness.
That's fantastic.
What we are watching now is Friday last week. She was on the stand Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. On Monday, cross-examination begins. Yeah.
Okay. I don't like it when fact witnesses and expert witnesses are both. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, and this is under this. This is done. The Daubert hearing is done in front of the jury.
And
what? Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Everything you hear here is in front of the jury.
This is fairyland.
Yeah. I haven't found a single case, and I spent most of this week searching for one that actually allows Daubert hearing in front of the jury. The exception the judge is using is a case called Wail or Wait, where in the middle of the trial they needed to call a toolmark guy because of new development in the case brought up by the defense regarding testimony regarding something about a gun or a bullet or something. She's a gang expert, supposed. She's been known as, up until Friday, she was only a witness regarding a crime. Then on Friday or Thursday afternoon last week, the prosecution said we will call her as an expert witness. On Friday morning, the defense got her CV. On Friday afternoon, she started her testimony. 5 months into the trial.
Okay. They're just like picking her out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, you'll do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Brandon. What you need is to reinvest some of this money back into the wheel, especially a case of gin. Brandon really wants me to have a wheel of gin, not a wheel of regrets.
Okay.
But I do think it called out, and this is the final prepaid one. Wheel of regrets.
Okay.
Yay! And this is Nemirov Deluxe Vodka. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, let's go's right. You've got 2 prepaid, not just 1 prepaid.
Say what now?
Let's go say, what did you do with the other one? He prepaid for 2 more, not 1 more.
Oh, yeah, okay, I have 1 more. That's correct. Egg clock. So I have some pause in between. And this is filled to the brim.
All right. Quickly before you get the hiccups again. Actually, I hope you get the hiccups again. So I can't click on my chat there. Can you get my chat up, please?
Irish wristwatch.
5 times as quickly as you can.
Irish. Ow! For fuck's sake! Dingles.
Can't even do it once.
You absolute fucktwat. My leg is not a scratch pole. Ow! Jesus Christ! Ow! 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 For fuck's sake! Ow! That's good.
That's good timing.
That's comedic timing. You absolute fuckwat. YouTube, I am not saying. I'm saying 4 quad. It's the accent. That's the word I'm actually using, not anything else. It's 4 quad.
Of course.
4 quad. Yeah. Okay. Say that 5 times. Come on, fast. Let's go.
Irish wristwatch. Irish wristwatch. Irish wristwatch. Irish wristwatch. Irish wristwatch.
Oh,
Irish
very good.
wristwatch.
Oh, you wow.
He's not that drunk.
Nicely done. I thought you might be able to do it. Like once you actually get the hang of how to say it, then you're okay. But Dali, can you say it?
No.
You can't say it.
I'd butcher it.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
Yeah.
Irish wristwatch. Irish.
She says seashells.
See, I can't say it the second time. Go.
He heard Nico skip. No, I'm not trying to. You need to remind me because of reasons.
Becca
Let's
said
keep
red
What?
leather, yellow leather. That's not too bad.
red leather, yellow leather. What?
I did it to Meme Copian last night because I swear I got into his chat and he was like,
Brandon says Jingles doesn't cheat on the chat, but I'm pretty sure we missed one. But Jingles is going to that 2-shot slide. Oh. Let's get back to the trial.
it would have been better when you were
Run-ins
actually
with,
like hiccuping.
gang members, whether it's during an arrest or just general contact, citizen contact.
Would the general public have access to the information you shared with other law enforcement agencies in these gang intelligence meetings that you held monthly?
No.
Did you have access to any other sources of gang intelligence during your time with the gang unit besides information sharing sessions?
I forgot to say, she's been retired for 4 years. She retired in 2020. This is 4 years later. In my opinion, if you're trying to get profit as an expert, you need to be up to speed. Correct.
Yeah.
She hasn't done shit for the last 4 years. And besides that, in the Atlanta department, you need to spend 20 years on the force to get a cop's retirement pay. She retired after just under 19 years. Now, what does that tell you? Now, allegedly, through the information that has been sent to me, she was given the option to retire or being investigated through the internal affairs.
Oh,
she chose to retire. That's why there are no records of it. But she retired before she got an actual cop's retirement pay.
Mm.
And she's still here as an expert. Now, they haven't cross-examined her yet.
That'll be interesting.
That starts Monday. Brandon, wind up the egg timer. I have.
Yeah, it's
One more still on the deck. Can anyone see Nick's fan funding to keep track on? What?
No. Where's Nick's fan funding page? Where do I look at that?
I don't have a fan funding page. To my knowledge.
OnlyFans?
I'm going to stay away from that.
I do not have any. I have the YouTubes, I have the Rumbles, I have the Twitters, and I have PayPal. That's what I have. Thank you for your support, Brandon. Let's continue.
EU,
I can't think
EU
of
does
any
not
right
owe you
now.
5 million shots.
When you made
have not paid me enough.
in certain crimes, did you all collect evidence that contained anything?
Oh, the star
that informed you about
function.
Oh, that.
Like,
Oh, yeah, I can see that.
and what type of evidence?
We would later on we started finding a lot of gang Bibles, which are basically their bylaws that the gangs operate off of. We would find, again, like I stated, the T-shirts and the hats with gang insignias and markings on them. I think that's about it that I can think of right now.
Were cell phones being used in the
Oh,
time?
absolutely.
I
Cell
stand
phones.
as the form. You can rephrase.
Yes, Your Honor.
Value 87, member for 6 months. Just say for fit's sake. I know that word for FITTAS, that is Swedish slang for female reproductive organ. Yeah.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Did you ever collect anybody's cell phone?
Yeah, cell phones were very informative and key pieces of evidence when gaining gang activity or signs of gang activity.
Why?
Well, the camera phones and were being used to memorialize gang activity. If a person was arrested and there was probable cause to search their cell phones, we would apply for search warrants, get that information back from cell phone companies, and do a search of the actual phone, and we would find a lot of evidence regarding gang activity.
Did you ever get search warrants for other things like social media?
Yes.
What was the purpose for getting?
Now we're getting into the area of, she's been for the past hour and a half extremely bad as an expert. I have no idea what I was doing. I knew nothing of gangs. Da, 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 da. Here's the switch where she is obviously, in my opinion, coached. Because all of a sudden her answers are getting extremely clear.
Yeah.
A search warrant for a social media site.
Foundation for the question.
I stand the question. You lay a little more foundation.
Why were y'all interested in people's social media sites?
Just based on the information that the user would put out. If our focus was gang, did somebody say something? If our focus was gang activity, our local gang members were making it known to put it on social media so it could be displayed to the public. So it was definitely a key piece of evidence that we wanted. There would also be direct messages, which is like a DM feature within social media where you can communicate with anyone who was on your page, whether they were local or from around the world. And that information was very key in gathering information about national street gangs and the traditional gangs that were not operating.
I've got a question from Hip Hop Press. Since the judge displayed bias, if this case is reviewed to see if Young Thug was deprived of his due process of law, is the judge not immune from having his action examined? He's immune from consequences,
yeah,
but not from having his rulings revised. So, and these are the two unforced errors that was displayed earlier, which I assume will be transferred to the Court of Appeals in Georgia. But they haven't been displaced yet. Hello, Zach. $5. Say rise up lights. And that's how an Aussie says razor blades. What?
Oh, you're a Nazi. Hello, Zach. Do you want to tell me what state you're in at least? Like, I don't want to dox you.
Rise up lights and razor blades. I have no idea.
And Dali, can you please go into the start comments and do an add up, because like I can't do maths, you know this. I'm a graphic designer. I see colors and shapes.
Oh.
Thank you.
Yeah, I already did. One shot is already done through the YouTubes.
I think there's like 35 to go.
Yeah, 35 to go.
Let's go. We're not all mathematicians, all right? Just calm the fuck down. Calm the fuck down. Calm the farm.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Calm the farm. Calm your tits.
Calm your tits.
Calm your tits, mate. You calm your tits. Hey. You're not obviously not an English scholar.
Oh, for
it's
fuck's
calm
sake.
your Y-O-U-R.
Thank you, Brandon, for paying for another 5 spins on the wheels. Through PayPal.
Hey, Brandon. You got my PayPal. And I don't usually. I'm a bit poor this week. I don't usually go there, but I'm a bit poor this week.
Georgia.
I'd buy a
at
new
the
one, by the
time,
way. I lost my old one.
we did get a lot of information from the direct messages and text messages within cell phones.
Was the information you were able to get when you got a search warrant any different than that anybody could look at on a public site?
No, direct messages are private. It's just between the two users. Unless the person, displays the message, it's just between those two users.
So did the general public have access to that information you were able to obtain about gangs through social media search warrants and the like?
No.
What's a cannonball?
I'll sustain the objection.
I have no idea.
Ms. Outlaw, I think we're in need of a break at this point in time, as I understand it. I have it on good authority. So.
And then they had a break, and then they continued.
Zach, I don't know where TX Hills is.
Oh, okay. I see.
All right, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. I keep wanting to call you Detective Gator. What do I need to call you?
Just call me Gator. Look here.
Okay.
Either or.
Not Miss Gator. Okay.
Whatever you feel.
We were talking about when we left for lunch, the information.
Don't lunch yet. Don't.
I'm sorry.
Heat up now.
Freudian slip. My apologies. Freudian slip. We were talking before we left the break about social media information gathered through search warrants. How many social media accounts would you say you've had access to
Gosney!
over the years?
Gosney just sent people over.
Hey, the ghost!
I need Gosney. I need to send Steve Gosney link.
You do.
Gosney, I just sent you a link. Gosney raid! Hey! If you haven't subscribed to Steve Gosney, you are missing out. Here's the thing. In my opinion, regarding competence on LawTube, if the subscriber count and everything was counted on the competence, Steve Gosney would be the biggest channel on LawTube.
He would.
Yeah. And because he is a monster.
He's a monster.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
It was just an announcement stream. Can't come on. Oh.
Steve, I have. There was earlier this week. There was an announcement from the criminal. What was it? Criminal defense attorneys of Florida regarding some shenanigans from the prosecutions. They had a joint statements. If you have heard about it, you need to comment on it. If you're a part of it, you need to comment on it. If you don't know anything about it, I need to send it to you. It was out on, I believe, Tuesday or Wednesday.
That freaks me out.
Time's up.
Time's up. The wheel of regrets. Okay, Stephen Gosney can't talk about that. I know too much. I would assume so.
Lame.
Whiskey shot. Okay. Steve, that's all I needed to hear. I assumed you knew something about it. I just wanted to ask you about it. But since you know too much about it, I will not ask you about it. Whiskey shot. Cheers.
John.
Oh. Yeah.
Look at Thug here. He's getting old. He's getting old and chubby, and the whole thing's just all tiring for him.
Yeah. Steve, I will do a stream or a video about it when I have the time for it. But it is really interesting because you know about the OnlyFans girl who threw a knife and accidentally killed her? Yeah.
She's
it's about
innocent.
that. Yeah, it's about that one.
Courtney.
And the Courtney case. And it's about how the prosecution conducted their case.
Yeah, the railroading her.
Yeah. And how they allegedly lied to the court and stuff like that.
Wow.
So it is
They'd never do
really
that.
interesting. Yeah.
Is she going to get off?
No.
Oh.
No, it's more how because the prosecution charged her parents for tampering with evidence and witnesses, and that part is that part is the story because of stuff. I will have something out when I found a break in this case, which
so 2027.
Yeah, you will hear about it just after I retire.
Yeah, like Coburger might have a trial around then.
Yeah.
So might be able to go straight from this to that. Let's go. I am not drinking alcohol. It's 8 a.m.
What?
Oh, let's go trying to make me do a cannonball or something. It's 8 a.m. There will be no alcohol.
I think he means some of the marijuana.
No, I'm fine. I'll do that. It's medical. It's fine, right?
Okay.
But there is no alcohol, and there will be no offer.
It's just after midnight here, so I'm keep going.
He knows what it is. It's $50.
Social media accounts to help you learn more about anyone's participation in the
We started with the social media roughly 2011 or so. We really started getting in depth with it. So from 2011 to really when I retired in 2020, probably hundreds, honestly. It's a lot.
And was it from only
Steve?
You lied. You
I
can't
lied.
come on.
I changed my mind.
You couldn't help it.
Well,
it's me, isn't it?
It is. Excited utterance makes my heart flutter. And I hear the Lesko Brandon is offering drinking games.
Yeah.
And
that could go wrong.
And he knows that I'm always game for that. But I also wanted to tell you something in private chat. So just so that you know what's up with this. And why, but so it may be that.
Okay. Okay. So I will not ask you. Now, here's the thing. Florida, you have Daubert hearings, right?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of a case where it is a Daubert hearing in front of the jury?
A Daubert hearing in front of a jury? No, a Daubert hearing is definitely not in front of the jury. A Daubert hearing is a gatekeeper function for the court. Now, you can still challenge the credentials of somebody. So you can do let's talk what a Daubert hearing. It's a gatekeeper, a motion to exclude expert testimony or include expert testimony based on a set of 5 criteria. And I wrote an article on this.
Of course.
Of course, yes. So, but the point is that if there's a 5 criteria, and the court has to weigh it. It's a gatekeeper, so that, like, for example, I want to have palm reading before the court, and we have a palm reader that's read and that said that this person didn't do it or did do it, right? And so we have battling expert palm readers. Well, that is not scientific, and when you put it through the 5-part Daubert test, the court generally should exclude that evidence. Okay, so. But now, as opposed to something like DNA analysis, which is the gold standard of scientific evidence. Yeah, okay, here we go. So, but doing it in front of the jury now. So what means is, okay, you do a Daubert hearing, the court allows testimony within a certain parameters towards an expert type testimony. And then, but that doesn't mean that the defense can't challenge the science and say that you're wrong or you didn't include this or anything like that. So does that make sense? That's what a Daubert hearing is.
Yeah. Now, the jury in the Young Thug trial accepted a Daubert hearing 5 months into the trial of a gang expert.
Yeah, gang expert. That's one of those. See, that's not really science, though. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
But it's more. It's basically it's expert witness testimony, though.
Yeah.
So and there's a question about that. Is there an expert witness on gang stuff? Oh boy, I got stories. I actually, when I was prosecuting, I actually prosecuted the Blood Gang. It wasn't really. It was a local gang that called themselves the Blood Gang. But in Flagler County, Florida, one of my big achievements as a prosecutor was bringing down the entire Blood Gang in Flagler. It wasn't really the big Blood Gang. It was just a affiliate. And it was so ridiculous. But we had this kind of stuff like, let's read the gang book that they had. It's almost like crayon and misspelled words. It was ridiculous. It was embarrassing, but stupidity. But yes, so a gang expert might be to say, because there is actually gang enhancements in Florida statutes, so you can get additional penalties if it is in furtherance of a gang, kind of like a RICO.
Yes. Same in Georgia, in furtherance of the gang activity. Now, in this trial, there are already 5 gang experts. They took her in, this specific gang expert, almost 5 months into the trial. The defense, she was a normal witness because she was an investigator. But then on Thursday last week, they told the defense she's going to be an expert witness. And the defense went, say what now?
Yeah, see, that's a late disclosure problem, not an expert witness problem. Has the jury already been selected?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's a problem. So the defense should declare a mistrial if that's allowed. They should object.
They already
ask for mistrial.
Yeah, they have denied.
The judge denied. Well, that's a major appellate issue.
Yeah.
A major appellate issue. And the reason it's due process, because if gang affiliation, they're bringing an expert to testify something, they did not disclose that before the jury was sworn. The defense never had an opportunity to rebut that. Hire their own expert, do questioning, know anything.
Yeah. And she was already a witness long before because she was involved in one of the investigations. But now, on Thursday, they told the defense she's going to be proffered as an expert witness because she worked in the Atlanta gang unit for some reason. They got her CV the morning of her testimony.
What jurisdiction is this case?
11th Circuit.
Well, that 11th Circuit's my circuit. That's federal.
Yeah.
But it's not Florida.
It's not Florida. It's Georgia.
Okay,
and the Judge Glanville attested to 11th Circuit case called Whale or Watch, something like that. About
this is a federal case?
No, it's a state case. But since they adopted the 11th Circuit laws regarding this, they still can use whatever it is. And through that, he claimed that they could use this expert witness and have the Daubert hearing in front of the jury. The case he's relying about is a case regarding what is called it was a case, Whale or Watch, where in the middle of the trial it was a challenge regarding tool mark. So the state called in a tool mark guy in order to proffer that tool mark guy and stuff like that. And he's using that to bring this specific expert in during the trial to be proffered in front of the jury. here's the thing: they have 5 other gang experts already proffered in pre-trial. This is gang expert number 6.
At what point does that become cumulative? I mean, in Florida's different, and I got to say, we have our own way of doing things. So, and that doesn't mean it's the right way. So I just know the Florida way, and but they really, courtrooms in Florida very much frown upon duplicative experts. I mean, to the point of you can't get them in. You get one expert per subject, and that's it. Pick your best. So
and in this RICO case, they have 5 experts. This is number 6. They all work in the same department.
Why would you do that? It's like a waste of time, really. What is it? Yeah. What's the one guy going to say the next guy's not going to say?
Exactly. And that is.
But when I was prosecuting, and the longest trial I ever had was 4 days, and I had 36 witnesses. I had cop, expert, and civilian witnesses, and civilian witnesses all in one case. It was a 4-day jury trial, and came back. I got a guilty on that. It's like I'm a big believer when I prosecute as being efficient, very efficient. Now, Florida also, at least in our courtrooms here, we don't. I mean, these multi-week trials. I'm just like, what is going on? I don't get it.
Yeah, and
I've done a whole bunch of trials. I mean, I lost count. I don't count them anymore. It's like
I think that this boils down to the Georgia RICO Act, which is so broad and so vague, it's ridiculous. The prosecution so far, this is witness number 47 out of 209. There are 5 months into their case in chief.
Well, and there's a big problem with this late disclosure. Oh, look at that. That is a beautiful cat. Look at that cat. A beautiful cat.
Oh.
Holy cow. Don't look, Steve, you're too innocent. Yeah, Brandon's challenge.
Don't worry. Brandon's being silly.
What's he doing?
Oh, he's doing, don't worry about him. Don't worry about him.
I think we've come to an agreement. He wants to buy me a sidecar for $100.
He does.
Yeah. If you want Steve to have a sidecar, it's $100. Now I'm still 3 spins off my wheel of. Have you seen my wheel of regrets yet?
The Wheel of Regrets. No.
You've never seen the Wheel of Regrets, you have.
Oh, maybe let me see it. I always came for Wheel of Regrets. It's Friday, right?
Yeah. There it is.
Yes, I've seen you do this. Okay, this is.
Oh, Steve, you missed earlier. Nick got the hiccups and bang. It was so great.
Yeah, and it's the wild sauce, which is supposed to be the weakest one, with just habanero and lingonberry and blueberry and other stuff. And I got the hiccups so bad. And let's see, on my egg timer, we are on. With just 1 minute away. So I do have a Wheel of Regret. Oh, fuck.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Is that the one?
It's close.
Is that the one that gave you
habanero sauce?
No, but it's close. I ate 2 habaneros when I was a teenager.
Where is it?
That was a regret.
Habanero sauce.
It's never good when there's a skull on it.
Oh, man. How hot is that? Oh, my.
Does that answer your question?
I mean, is that Ian Runkle hot?
No, I'm not Runkle. Runkle, that's a completely different.
Drunken Viking stream.
Ooh.
See, this is what I get into. Now, I was just popping on. I was announcing. Can I add a little? I'm having my author John C. Wright on again on Tuesday. We're going to talk Christianity and Catholicism next Tuesday at 8 p.m. MLS, man, he's following me.
Hello.
It's
Hello.
God.
Good.
Morning, God.
I got tied up and now I'm going to the horses, but I saw the party, so I thought I'd join.
Hey. Oh.
How's the God of Law?
Oh, the God of Law is just wonderful.
Oh,
Steve, I was
lovely
hanging out
day.
with Steve earlier. You guys got to go check out his words of wisdom on Laid Back Law from noon today.
What are you
Yeah,
talking
I
about?
was on Laid Back Law at noon. Brandon wants to. I wonder how much a sidecar on Laid Back Law would be worth. But yeah, I was on there with MLS, and we had an interest. That fellow was Norm, I think his name was.
I want to get him on a stream with you and me and maybe Solomon Anderson, and then we're just gonna sit back and watch you and him talk for like 3 hours.
Yeah, he was. He's a very intelligent fellow, and he has lots of strong opinions, and so do I. So that's like putting sparks together. So I think it'd be interesting. He is a interesting. Anyway, we did Laid Back Law. I don't know. I took off today because I'm on vacation and I have a Monday appointment. Nick, and you saw in private chat. So I decided I'd take off today just for fun because I'm a happy kind of guy. Okay, Brandon wants me to go get a sidecar, so let me do that. You guys talk among yourselves.
Oh, thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah, if you don't know Norm, he's
Alex Jones
very
attorney.
skilled, very well-spoken criminal defense attorney. Someone says in the chat, a legend. He is, and he's very interesting to talk to. And I think him and Ghazni are they're not diametrically opposed on a lot of things, but they're opposed just enough. It's a really interesting dynamic with those two together.
He was Alex Jones' attorney, I think, in the Texas trial. He had the ponytail. And I mean, you know what a shit show that was.
The civil trial?
Yeah.
Right.
Is he the one who accidentally left in Mr. The entirety of his phone things?
I don't know.
No, I think that was someone else.
Can you hear me? I don't know if that was him or not.
Because he had two different trials.
But he's represented more than just Alex Jones. He's represented a lot of people and a lot of
big names.
Interesting.
He's defended
I would
a lot of
expect
people.
him to be not a very popular person. He would have a lot of haters.
Well, here's the thing about criminal defense attorneys. A lot of people, say, well, hey, how can you represent someone who's really bad, truly a bad guy? It's about making sure the state does all the right things, And so that's what he's about. And he had a really good explanation about that. And that's why I say when him and Steve Ghazni were talking about it on Laid Back Law earlier, it was a really good dynamic.
Yes.
I need to visit the big boys' room, so you all talk amongst yourselves.
Sure. I think
Salvador's in charge now.
Yes, it's my stream. I'm going to end it.
No. Luckily, he doesn't have control of the StreamYard.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll be yeeted.
Who, me? I'd never do that.
Who, you? Every now and again, I go, would you like to end the stream? And he's like...
He's jumpy and nervous too now.
I know. It's a good thing I don't have access to the button. I'm twitching.
No, I know.
I need to start
I
a
think I'm
stream
the only
just to
one
end
left
it.
who let you end the stream.
I haven't ended any of your streams.
Yeah. So hang on. Alex Jones' lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
So that would have been when
the civil trial.
Trust me, I'm an Australian and I say that a lot, but let's just be clear here. He was sued by the parents from the Sandy Hook.
Yeah. Yes.
Am I right? Okay. Yeah. So
which I don't believe that lawsuit should have had standing. It's just like the parents of that girl that went missing and was found dead, and then they sued the parents of the boyfriend that unalived himself.
Yes. Got you. Yeah, I remember Gabby.
Yeah, it's like, they're saying things that hurt our feelings, so we should sue. And it's like, really, that should not be the basis of a lawsuit. I'm sorry, it shouldn't.
Yes, but in terms of like the general public, and I'm sort of going to be imagining the comment section now, it would be very much about that. If I'm going to talk from the lawyer's perspective, the lawyer would have a lot of haters.
Absolutely.
There's a big problem in our country right now where everybody's going after the lawyers for representing their clients.
Like Donald Trump.
All the Trump lawyers, all the January 6th lawyers, any firm that represent anybody in relation to Trump. Now we've got like this guy.
See the letters and the emails and the Google reviews that I got when I sued the governor on behalf of my clients during the vid lockdowns.
Oh, that's awesome.
I got some after your license, your ability to practice law through the bar.
Yeah,
it's really evil.
Do people actually like? Do people make actual like complaints to the bar about?
I got some complaints when I got complaints when I sued the governor, but it wasn't like it wasn't directly because of that. It was like after the fact, I was being watched. It was really weird.
Right.
So it was weird.
So I mean, but you sued the governor. I mean, like that was your thing that you did. I mean,
on behalf of the client, but
but I mean, like I represent people on death row.
Yeah.
So it's like, am I a murderer because I represent these people and defend the right?
No, absolutely not. That's more the point I'm getting at.
Steve, you're enabling.
I'm enabling it, right?
Yeah, like how can you sleep at night? That's the kind of thing people say.
How dare you represent the people? I mean, So who is not entitled to representation? The whole idea of rule of law is you're entitled to a lawyer, and yet you professionally destroy the people that represent these clients. It's warfare. It's basically civil war, destruction of the country, destruction of the rule of law through all these mechanisms, all these institutions that have been taken over and weaponized against the enemy of the people that want to destroy the country.
This is really interesting. I'd like to do like a series of like interviews with different lawyers about the experiences they've had being like attacked by people in the public, if they would talk about it.
What's that?
It was interesting. One of my concerns with becoming a lawyer was like being attacked. I don't know why. So I had a prosecutor who was a professor. And I asked him, I was like, have you ever been attacked? Like in the courtroom, like the defendant attacked you. And I think right around the same time, there was a defendant who attacked his own attorney or had him like shot at or something. And so that was always a weird concern of mine.
No, but that's scary in itself, but more
welcome to labor law, where fist fights are not that unusual.
I'm more talking about like groups of haters of people, like people coming after you more like on social media or even in person, like or taking like giving you bad Google reviews or even reporting you because they don't like you because you are such a terrible person for representing this reprehensible human being over here, and that becoming like your reality as a defense lawyer of someone who potentially is well known to the community.
The most hate-filled letters I got were from Christians when I sued a church because they banned my client for breastfeeding from the church, and I sued under a Michigan statute we have, and I got the most filthy letters from those group of people.
Wow, that's so interesting, isn't it? It made me think, like, when Shannon Smith was the lawyer for the Crumbly Mum.
Yeah.
Like, she got, like, her whole life got completely turned into memes. She was, like, people were like, how can she sleep? Like, oh, look, she also represented Larry Nassar. She's a filthy, horrible, she's just every name under the sun. Her face was everywhere for a couple of weeks, and people still know her name. She's a hashtag.
Speaking of her, I want to give her props because she just got an acquittal up in the Traverse City. I follow her. I'm friends with her on Facebook, so she just got an acquittal on a felony case up in Traverse City. So props to her.
With
Hey, by the way,
other
thank you to Brandon for
identified
buying me
gang
the
members.
drink. He look at this. That's a good thing. I got this new honey. It's got an interesting flavor. I'm trying to figure it out because I honey rim these things because it's not sweet enough.
You honey room them.
Yeah, Cointreau.
That's
Did you,
not dirty.
Nick? You know about this? You know that. You know, in my new book, Let's Go Brandon is my bartender.
Oh, that's a mistake.
No, what are you talking about? No, somebody suggested when we were writing it, because I wrote some of it online. They're like, you need to put the sidecar recipe in your book. And so I was like, oh, that's a good idea. And then so I put it together. You want to? Oh, I can read it. It's funny. It's like he's the bartender at this bar. It's B Lesko, right? And he's like, and the guys that you drink it away his problems. And he's like, I'll take a sidecar. And he says, oh, that would be a third Cointreau, a third roses, sweet and sour, and a third brandy. Is that right? And he's like, oh, $20. Yes. Perfect. Yeah, it's great.
Brandon Lesko is immortalized.
He is an immortalized guy. And, you know, so I thought, well, you know, he's been a very good benefactor for a lot of us law folks, for our livers and for generally. And I thought somebody should do some honors of immortalizing him in my book. So death penalty desires.
Oh, that's good.
Thank you.
That's
Cheers
good.
to you, Mr. Brandon.
Cheers to Mr. Brandon Lesko. Yeah.
Yes. Anyway, sorry, derailing. We're on serious topics and we run into the ditch, right?
We're watching this.
I haven't watched this and I haven't followed it at all. It's Georgia versus Jeffrey. J63.
Oh, it's not even quarter done.
Not even close.
That's ridiculous. What is his young thug? What is his
He is alleged to be the leader of the YSL gang. And he's a rapper, and he grew up in the area, and and this is
absurd.
Yeah, it's absurd. And this is day 60. To the point is that this trial started November 28th.
Well, technically, didn't it start in January for jury duty of last year?
Well, the prosecution claimed they were ready for trial in November of 2022.
Okay.
Then they started the jury selection in January of 2023. That took 10.5 months.
Well, you know, I will just say that any case like this, when a case runs, and we had this on the Murdoch trial, and that was South Carolina, right? Mm-hmm. Any case that's this long, to me, that is a bad prosecution.
Yeah.
And a bad judge.
Well, that one was.
Both those things. I know nothing about this case. All right. But whenever I hear that you're in this day 63 of a trial, you have a prosecutor who probably doesn't have good evidence.
Yeah.
And you probably have a judge who has no control of their courtroom.
Yeah. Here's the thing about the Young Thug trial. The judge forced the prosecution to skim it down.
Yeah.
The first skim it down was from 737 witnesses to 400. Then the second skim down was from 400 to where we are today, 209 state witnesses. They are on witness number 45 after 5 months. The state says we need 120 trial days for the rest of the 158 witnesses.
Okay, now, somebody, I'm reading a little bit of the chat. Becca here is telling me, I don't know what I'm doing. And I'm coming in cold here. You asked me about Daubert and stuff, but I'm going to guess also this is multiple defendants on trial, right?
6 defendants. They were 28 at the beginning of this trial, of when they said we were ready for trial, they had 28 defendants in November of 2022. Some people took deals. Some people the charges was dropped. They are down to 6 defendants.
Yeah, 6 is the smaller number.
Yeah. And I remind you, this is the Young Thug trial. There are 6 defendants. At the moment, the Georgia RICO trial against former President Trump is against 20 people. And none have taken any deals.
Becca Lynn says,
and they still claim that trial will be done before the election.
Yeah, Becca is saying that there was one attorney allowing to allow a piece of evidence in, and another someone to keep it out. That is why you do not try defendants together.
Yeah.
That's called a Bruton question. You have to have a Bruton hearing. And again, this is bad prosecution, bad judging, because you should never be in a situation where you have defendants arguing adversely to each other like that.
Yeah.
This is an appellate issue. The problem, here's what's going on. The gamesmanship that's going on. If you're a prosecutor, you don't have a case, and you build up all this stuff, the appellate courts are reticent to overturn it because it's like, we don't want to have to do 7 trials that are 80, 100 days piece, right? And so it's just like, gee, well, we know they're guilty, wink, wink, and justifies the means, which is very bad. But you can also get a jury that just throws in the towel and has decided already. They've decided the case, and we haven't heard it. Uh-oh. Hey, Brandon, man, look at this. It's almost done.
Hey, Brandon.
Friday. Everybody. Oh, spin.
Get another vodka shot.
Wheel of regret.
Whiskey shot.
Whiskey shot. Yay.
All right. Looks like I'm look at this. A last little sip here.
Look at over here.
Okay.
See, the problem with the sidecar.
I emptied that
okay, go ahead. Nick first. You go, Nick.
Another bottle.
Look at my pretty face.
Oh, excited. Move Ella down to the bottom. There's MLS.
No, I did. I asked to be on top, and then I ended up here.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
You guys want to see Lance real quick?
Yes.
There's the handsome little boy.
Look.
Oh, look at that. That is heaven right there.
Can you show me how you milk him?
No,
Yeah,
that's a problem.
We're gonna.
Right.
Hey, Nick, could you please put David full screen for a minute?
I need to put Dave on full screen.
Just for a minute.
Oh, horsey!
This is little Lance.
Does he bite you?
No.
Oh.
You're beautiful. Oh.
So we're gonna go for a ride, and you guys enjoy.
I want to see riding the horsey.
I think there's a video of me somewhere out there. I might have to re-upload it.
Yes, please.
All right.
Do some dressage.
Okay.
Did you do your shot yet, Nick? We got to get a shot count in.
Cheers.
Cheers.
I'm out of drinking. I don't have a drink anymore.
You sound drunk.
I snorted that one down, man. Brandon, I hope you appreciate how fast I drank that. I was gonna say, like, it's interesting because this is I guess it's Friday. I guess that makes it all right, but you find the drink that agrees with you. This is the problem. Like a lot of drinks, like margaritas, don't agree with me. There's certain alcohols that don't agree with me, right? And I found that the Cointreau.
This does not agree with me.
What doesn't? Sierra? What is that? Tequila.
It's tequila.
Okay, so
must not
tequila
agree with you.
and pineapple juice is my summertime drink. That's what I.
Pineapple juice.
What?
Pineapple juice, eh?
Yeah.
You know what they say about pineapple juice?
You're supposed to put like a splash of something in it, and that's called like a tequila sunrise or something. But I skipped a little splash of grenadine or whatever it is, and I just drink it that way. All right, you guys have a good stream. I will talk to you all later.
Toodles.
Yeah. Toodaloo.
Bye.
So this trial is just an excuse to drink. Is that
Yeah.
Basically.
Now, here's the thing. I've been covering this trial since May of last year, and
but this is going on, or this is this trial?
No, I've been covering this week. I covered it live, Monday to Wednesday. Then I have 2 administrative days on Thursday and Friday. So this is just a recap for other people who normally follow my stuff to just get about this so-called expert witness.
Now, can I ask also, is this guy, has he got money? Is he like a wealthy rapper or a?
Oh, he's wealthy.
Okay.
He is a multi-millionaire. And Mr. Steele, who is seen here on the far right, he charges roughly $2,000 an hour.
Jesus.
Wow.
And
Well,
he's worth it. He's worth every penny.
Is he good?
Yeah.
He is really good.
See, here's the problem with this type of thing too, though, is that, we just need to be upfront and honest about it, because people hear gangster, rapper, black guy on trial, right? And they think, oh, that's a bad guy. But the thing is we have something called freedom of association.
Yeah.
Because he is in a gang does not mean that he's a bad guy or that he's doing criminal stuff. And I know that that's hard to swallow, but it's like the gang relationship can be, it's like there's a lot of, we have in Daytona, we got Bike Week and we have a lot of biker gangs. Well, there's a lot of biker gangs that are like Christian lawyers for Christian bikers, and they have the black bikers, and they have the, all kinds of different biker gangs. It's only a small percentage of them that are actually involved in criminal activity. Yeah. And the same thing is like if he's associating with his peeps and they call it their hangout and their gang and all, that's all legal. That's nothing wrong with that. The problem is if you're, it's obviously if it's involved in organized crime.
Yeah.
That's where
and that is the prosecution's theory. It is through the Georgia RICO Act, which is broader and more vague than the federal one. It is enough. You don't even you can be affiliated to these criminal enterprises by what's the wordings? It is through oral and non-oral agreement.
Just like looking at someone.
It more or less says, if you nod your head, yeah. But they claim Mr. Williams or Young Thug is the leader of this YSL gang. And, I mean, how to explain this with... I mean, we are 5 months into this freaking trial. Mr. Young Thug has actively told people, do crimes and you're out. Through his, he tries to employ people in his rap career. Join me in my rap career and you will be set for life. But if you do crimes, you're fucking out.
Well, here's the thing. Wow. What RICO is, okay? It's racketeering and organized crime. What it is Jingle Viking. See, I slammed that sidecar at Brandon's. If you want to get me over the edge, one more. Okay? But what was I saying? Oh, RICO. So what RICO is you've got 2 or more crimes combined in furtherance of a criminal organization. All right. So like in the gang that I prosecuted in Flagler County, we had a murder. It was actually a home invasion robbery that resulted in the death of one of the robbers because the home invasion robbery victim pulled a gun and shot one of the robbers down, right? So it's felony murder rule. But that was it was a competitor marijuana dealer that they targeted. And so somebody died. So there was a murder involved. And then there was other crime. I had a robbery case that I charged and got a conviction on from the number 3 in the organizational chart. And so they did a robbery of another marijuana dealer. So they were trying to monopolize the marijuana dealing and distribution within the county. And so we had 2 different felony crimes that were both in connection with forwarding the goals of the criminal organization, which was so that makes it RICO. So what they're talking about is if you have crimes that go to some overarching organized crime plan, then you can charge it under RICO.
Yeah, and so far what they have alleged is that these people are a part of the YSL gang, and that's about it. Because Mr. Young Thug has actively told people that do crimes that if you do crimes, you're out. And but that is, I mean, we are 5 months in. It's so hard for me to reiterate what's been going on. So just now, this is the so-called expert, the surprise expert that the prosecution brought on. They told the defense Thursday, we are bringing her on as an expert witness. She was prior just a fact witness. And the judge approved of it and said, this woman is an expert witness, a fact witness, and a lay witness. In the same direct examination in front of the jury. And for me, this is so much. I mean, I told my audience last Friday, this is an unforced error from the judge.
Yeah, it sounds to me like what you're saying, there's a lot of problems this trial, which kind of sucks because this is a waste of time and effort. Think about all the time and money. And
yeah,
just that, I mean, and of course, I don't have much faith in the criminal justice system, as people well know. I spoke about this quite a bit at Laid Black News this afternoon. But this system, the chances of appeal are very low. But if the law was correctly applied, just what you described to me, right, that alone should result in a new trial. The fact that they are introducing new expert witnesses after the jury is sworn and saying, hey, we got a new expert witness, and the judge allows that to me is a new trial right there.
Yeah.
As from an appellate standpoint, there is a major due process because the defense doesn't have a chance to depose that witness and call a counter witness to what that person's going to say.
Yeah.
That is a due process problem.
Yeah.
So that's an unfair trial.
Yeah. And on top of this, when they have been ordered now for about a month this is our witness, you need to apply the test, the evidence to that specific witness. This is 4 months in, and now he's ordering them to disclose to the defense, this is the witness, this is the evidence applied to that witness. And the prosecution still surprises with, well, since they asked this question, we need to bring this in. And it's just immensely. But here's the thing about the Georgia RICO Act. It is so broad and so vague. You really don't. They have, out of the 196 overt or underlying acts under the RICO Act, most of them are not even crimes.
Well, it has to be a crime in order to be.
No.
Well,
not in the Georgia RICO statute. it doesn't have to be a crime.
Well, I'm not a Georgia lawyer. I'm a Florida lawyer, so I can't say for sure. But I will say that you have to have an underlying crime. This is the problem with the Trump prosecution right now. Is prosecuting him up there, and they don't tell you what the underlying felony is.
Yeah.
So,
but that is the Georgia RICO. It is so broad and so vague, and it's so broad and so vague that what is the word I'm trying to use here? That in order to be a part of it, the agreement doesn't have to be oral. It can be non-verbal. And how do you explain non-verbal?
Well, that can be. You can have a contract by agreement. So somebody assents, nods, or acts in performance. That's contract law. So, if, for example, if you get somebody makes a proposal, let's go murder the guy, and let's go get, and you go, and then you go get your gun and get in the car. That is an agreement by action, right? So it doesn't necessarily take verbal acts in order to fulfill or accommodate or forward a criminal conspiracy. But there does have to be an underlying crime, because the object, if you say, let's go get some groceries, and you go get your gun and get the car, well, that's not a crime because you're going to get groceries. I agreed to go get my groceries, right? And getting one isn't problematic.
But because up until this, we are 5 months in, Mr. Bean and Mr. Whatevers have been testifying. They have taken plea deals in order to remove themselves, in order of testifying regarding the gang activity. But, what's the word? Jesus, this is your fault, Brandon.
I know. It's like I can feel like, see, I slammed that one. If he wants maximum impact for his dollars, we got to go for 2. My wife's cooking fish, man. It smells so good. She's got salmon. It's Friday. She's cooking salmon. Oh, it smells so good right now. And maybe I'm just happy because the sidecar made me happy. See, 2 sidecars is my happy time. 3 sidecars is a bridge too far. So, so I have another offer out for another sidecar. But there's no pressures here. We're having fun. What was I going to say? I don't know. But
here's the thing. Next week when I'm sober, I hope to have you on, because they are starting the cross-examination. This was a 1-day witness, according to the prosecution. Half of Friday, the entire of Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, she was on stand. The prosecution said, no, she's a 1-day witness. Cross-examination, and this applies to the Daubert as well, starts Monday. And meanwhile, she's been testifying as a expert witness and a fact witness and a lay witness in the same direct examination. The only time the judge said, oh no, you can't, was the time when the prosecutor started to ask questions. Sustained. And then she asked the question, well, you as an expert with your experience and training, can you testify to this? And the judge said, no, this is not, you can change from a fact witness to an expert witness in the middle of the questioning.
That's right. Well, this is again, it's an appellate issue. There are categories. You have category A, B, and C witnesses. A witnesses are generally direct eyewitnesses. B witnesses are custodial witnesses, somebody who just collected something and went and took it someplace else. And C witnesses are generally expert witnesses. So It is a non-disclosure. This happens a lot. And this is a very common mistake of a lot of beginning prosecutors, is they'll list their expert witness as an A witness, when in fact it should be under C. And then so what happens, they get in trial and they want the person to opine. They say, that's an expert testimony opinion. The judge says, yes, it is. And, oh, we listed them. And then they look and it's listed as an A witness and not a C witness. And then you have a problem from the prosecutor side. So that's sort of a beginner prosecutor problem. But it's the thing is we talk about it sounds like a technicality. Oh, he got off on a technicality. But the thing is it's not a technicality. It is due process. It's the matter of, do you know what the state is bringing against you? Yeah. And like if you were bringing an expert witness on X subject, I want a chance to depose and say, what are you going to testify to? And then a chance to bring in my own witness to rebut them. That's a simple due process, a fair play thing. It's not a technicality. And it's like, well, people say, oh, well, that's just, it's just listed. And the thing is, it's so easy for the state to comply. Just do it. Just expose it. Just say, okay, here's our expert. He's going to testify to this. Here it is. Right? I mean, it's so not easy.
But that's the thing, though, Steve. It's easy if you're prepared.
But yeah, and that's if you're prepared. But it's simple to know your case. I mean, you just got to do your work. I mean, maybe I'm just a little unusual in that I actually am on top of my cases. But I mean, know your case, know how you're going to prove it. You're going to prove these elements, and here's how, and that's it. Then you go to trial, and it's just. I mean, I think prosecution is actually quite easy if you do it. If you do it the right way, it's easy. Now, it's hard to do it great because there's a lot of other considerations that are outside the courtroom that you have to weigh. But to do a prosecution, paint by numbers. It's like, okay, here's the elements. Here's my witnesses. You call them and say, okay, tell me what you saw. It's easy. Tell the story, and here's the witnesses, and disclose it, and it's done. It's like it's very hard. The system is designed to prosecute, to convict the guilty, right?
It works.
Just feed it to the jury.
You do it right.
Yeah.
But they're doing it backwards.
Yeah, but again, have you ever heard of a Daubert hearing in front of the jury?
So repeat that. If I what?
Have you ever heard of a Daubert hearing in front of the jury?
I don't. That is incongruent. That's like saying you have a suppression hearing in front of the jury. So you have a suppression hearing.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I've been saying this for a week. No, yeah.
Why are they not excusing the jury? Is the defense objecting?
According to the judge, there's an 11th Circuit ruling regarding this, where in the middle of a trial, you can accept the expert testimony if a new thing arises due to I think the 11th Circuit is called a well or a whale or a when. I don't remember the exact name of it. And the judge approved of that in order to bring her in as an expert witness in the front.
But you're saying the defense hasn't gone yet. So this is it's state generated. So therefore it can't be a problem. I mean, this is a prosecution judge problem. And the problem is that
it's an unforced error.
And that's, I don't know. It sounds to me, just from what you said, I mean, and I think it was Becca in the chat here has been, I guess she's been following the trial.
Yeah.
And so, there's a lot of problems. Just all you need to say to me as an experienced trial guy, that this is 9 days, 60 something of the trial, already you've got something problem with the case, and it's going to be a prosecutor problem and a judge problem, because number one, you have a prosecutor who thinks that's good strategy, and you got a judge who's allowing it. Both those are problems.
Yeah. And I've said this for a few times. Judge Glanville is the chief judge. He has a military background. He was in Afghanistan trying to build up their justice system of sorts. And in my opinion, he lost his spine, and now he is a fucktwat. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, forkwad.
Hey, I got to get going. I'm sorry. My dinner is ready.
I got to get going as well. I'm sorry.
So, thanks for the invite, and Brandon, thanks for the drink.
Bye.
And we'll be in touch. All right, I got to go.
Now, if you have time on Monday, Monday, cross-examination of this witness begins. If you have the time.
No, check the private chat. I'm not available on Monday.
Okay. Yeah. It's nothing to do about it, but I think I can handle it because fuck twat. Yeah.
All right. Hey, dinner's here, but God bless you, man, and thanks for the invite. Thank you to Brandon. Thank you to Excited Utterance. Hella, you look
Great to see you.
fetching tonight.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate every time you're on my channel.
All right. See you, man.
You're awesome, Steve. See ya.
See you. Bye-bye.
I'll hang out just a little longer.
Yeah, I will be playing a bit more here.
Sweet.
We consider them a gang associate, or if a person is arrested with other gang members and identifies themselves with the same monikers as that person, we take that into consideration. That might be slightly off, but I think that's the general definition.
And when we were talking about identifies with certain clothing, hand signals, are those characteristics that you all are looking for in groups or something different?
No, I mean, we definitely look for them when trying to identify gang members or associates. It's associated, in fact.
And did you consistently apply that protocol to make your decisions regarding classifying people as a gang member or a terrorist?
Yes.
How many cases involving gang activity would you say that you have been involved in since your time?
I have no idea, Brandon.
As a law enforcement
officer. We're just talking about gang cases. We worked as a unit, but we did have our individual cases. So just involved with, I'm sure, well over 1,000.
And did the general public have access to the information that you amassed in those over 1,000 cases?
No.
Brandon asks, how many more? One prepaid, so one more.
Dude, I told you I can't math. That's not my thing.
Say what now?
I can't math. I'm a graphic designer.
Okay.
Colors and shapes.
Okay. I have no idea.
No. I'm like so far right-brained. This side just sleep.
I think I was.
Mm-hmm. And do you recall where it was that you obtained your 40 hours of gang training?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
John.
John, come in. Drink. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Spin the wheel of regrets. Oh, for fuck's sake. Habanero sauce.
Yay! This is easy. You can do this.
Habanero. Teaspoon. Shaky.
Yay! Oh, what happened? Did you knock the bottles over? That sounded like bottles knocking over. Oh no! It's gonna happen again. Yes.
Shut up.
Awesome.
Thank you, John. Come in. Thank you.
This is gold. Oh God. Oh dear. Oh dear. Dear me. This is too funny. Okay, are you gonna be all right?
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
I'm perfectly fine.
Oh, perfectly fine. Thank you, John. That was a gift. Was that worth every cent?
Mm. Mm.
Just take your time. It's all good.
All right, let's keep listening.
John's happy with his investment.
Maybe Savannah, Georgia. I know they had an annual conference down there.
Was that with
GGI.
okay, the Georgia Game Investigative Association?
Yes, them and I believe APD may have put on a training. I believe Gwinnett County. I believe I've been to Las Vegas for training.
Las Vegas?
I believe for a game training.
And would that have been a day or a week or something in between?
Las Vegas?
Yes.
No, I believe it was a couple of days.
And what kind of information did you learn at that training?
That training was more about the national traditional gangs, street gangs in California, Los Angeles, New York. It really didn't pertain to much in Georgia.
Now, when you're talking about Georgia, would you explain for the jury what differences you saw between gangs in Atlanta and gangs that you experienced growing up?
Oh, sir.
Do you mind repeating that or repeating that?
Not at all. What was the difference between the gangs you saw in Georgia and the gangs you saw in Eden?
Initially, I didn't know it was gangs in Georgia. So once the more traditional national gangs came to Georgia, I mean, it really wasn't a difference. You saw some of the same characteristics, but when I first got here,
like
it was more
hung out
just
with gangs. Has she gone
neighborhood
undercover?
cliques and, you know, the gangs that you know and see on TV.
This expert, and you know, people call themselves experts. Like, sorry, I'm starting to get really cynical about her now. Has she actually hung out in gangs? Like, has she gone undercover or anything like that?
No.
So she's just like, from what I can tell, from what I've heard of her so far, is she just like researching them online?
More or less. This is a cop who avoids doing work whatsoever. And now, 4 years after she is retired, she is called as a witness. And she makes shit up.
She pretty much, because all she said so far really is that apart from like her study, she has just been looking at social media.
Yeah.
I could do that.
That was not here. Well, I didn't see him here in Georgia.
Okay. I have one spin of the wheel left. After that, I am doing an all-5 fuck. All-5 fuck kind of limiting thing.
Yes.
So.
Overrule the objection, sir.
So we are
When you obtained
having about
information
10 minutes,
about a person's alleged gang involvement, did you do anything
and then
beyond that bit of information?
I'm going to send you over to Sean,
Do you look any
potentially criminal.
information, or do you just stop right there?
I didn't know Sean was live.
No, I mean, if someone admits that
Sean
they're
is
in a gang, I mean, I don't take what anybody says on face value.
Didn't know he was live right now.
What else do you look for?
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
social
he is
media.
about to Delphi
Look for
case.
previous police reports or FIFs, which are field contact interviews, where it's not. It's basically like a report, but it's not an arrest report. It's just saying the police had contact with this particular person, and it's just short details or narrative of what the contact was. We do get a lot of information from that, and the gang unit did a lot of FIFs.
All right,
Just
you will.
to memorialize whatever information was given during that interaction.
Oh. Dun, dun, dun. This is the final one. What, guys? Oh. All right. Now, most of you have already seen this kind of crap. Now, I'm going to send you over to a different kind of crap, which is Sean at Potential Criminal. Cheers.
Awesome. Cheers.
Jesus.
You're alive? How many has
yeah.
it been? Do you know? What count?
No, I lost count.
You did lose count? Okay.
So,
fair enough.
All right. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Hella.
Thank you for having me.
I'm going to send you over to Potentially Criminal about the Delphi case. Which, yeah. Whew. All right. Let's get this. Thank you all. Yeah, thank you all for being here. Hug your family, and unless your family is shit, then fuck them, and give your love to the people who deserve it. All right. Off I fuck.
This has been great. See you guys.